Hello and welcome. It's Shadows of Thorolun, episode 13, Procession. Hello, everybody. Hello, Varus, Shia, Icads, Ruffian, Zebus, 01, Wilson, Cody. Hello, Sinju. Hello, Aru. Welcome. Hello. 01, thank you very much for 32 months. My God. Incredibly kind of you, brother. Thanks for sticking around since literally the beginning of time. I appreciate you, my man. Ruffian, thank you very much for 20 months. My goodness. I'm looking at everybody's subscribe time now, and it's insane. Ruffian, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. Hello, Hale. Hello, Sculptorin. What's going on, CPO? Hello, Chocoberry. Good afternoon, gamers. Hale, thank you very much for 9 months. My goodness. Incredibly kind of you, brother. Enjoy your new badge. I believe you get a new badge at 9. Is it 6 or 9? I can't remember. It's one of those. Enjoy your crown all the same. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that, Ruffian. I'm off to work before the spoilers happen. Take care. Take care to you as well, good sir. Hopefully work goes by fast enough. Meowdy to you, NPC. Hello? Two years, 9 months, 11 days, 3 hours, 2 years, 14 days, 18 hours. My goodness. What in the goddamn? Insane. Actually insane. As always, we are giving our players a moment to get themselves situated before we hop into the game. We're going to be expediting some things today, sort of moving things along. This downtime has been fruitful, but I would like this party to reach level 3 at some point. NPC, 2 years, 8 months, 1 day, 15 hours. My goodness. For ever, indeed. Literally forever. Since the dawning of the channel. I'm here until the 1000th month anniversary if all goes well. I appreciate that, brother. That's very kind of you, my man. So while our players get themselves situated, get their drinks, their snackies, all that fun stuff, I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll talk a little bit more about what's going to be happening today. 83 years. My goodness. Yeah, 83 years would be insane. Imagine that. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that's incredible. 01, thank you so much for your 83 year anniversary sub. That's so kind of you. I'm literally like falling over in my chair. All right. We've given our players ample enough time. We are going to go ahead and start transitioning over. Okay. You will notice behind me the void. As you all chat, as you all talk, your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and for all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say it. As well, you'll notice below our wayfarers, our friends on this episode's adventure. We're going to be introduced to them in just a moment. My memories. That's right. Be sure to share them with all of your past and future self. Okay. We're going to go ahead. We're going to tell our players that we are unmuting. And then we're going to go get introduced to them. You will notice on the screen as well the town of Durant Spear, where our adventure is taking place today. Just in time, that's right, Anubis. 3, 2, 1. Gamers.
Where?
Right there.
He's here! He's here!
Are the gamers in the room with us now?
I do believe so.
The gamers?
Let me adjust some volumes real quick.
Oh.
Me turning up my volume as he lowers it.
What do you mean?
Perfect.
Very
Hello,
good.
everybody.
Hi there.
Today's going to be a little bit of an interesting one. We've been in this downtime for a while. A couple sessions now. I felt it would be best if we sort of expedited some things, as it were, sort of moved things along to get this story rolling once more, especially because this next week we will be down a player. So I figured it'd be best if we sort of upped the pace a little. So there won't be much of a recap today, as your last session was a little bit of talking. Mostly. Some little bits and details, but nothing groundbreaking. So, we will still go through our introductions. We'll go down the line, have everybody introduce themselves, and at the very end, we'll pick up exactly where we left off. How's that sound to everybody?
Looks to me.
God, you're so impatient.
Death.
My head slowly turning to look at the cat. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously you hate watching House of the Dragon. Like, goddamn.
I
What?
only like it when the dragon's on the screen.
Wait, did you? That's like 3 episodes out of 2 seasons,
That's
man.
all
I got
I
bad
watch.
news for you. It's mostly talking and people looking sadly at the camera.
I watch when the dragon on the screen, and then I fast forward to everything else.
Why am I not surprised by that? Somehow?
Entire Game of Thrones, House of Dragon in 5 minutes.
Wee wah, wee 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 wah, wee 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 wah.
Yeah, that sounds good. I guess.
I suppose.
All right. Is everybody here? I should ask beforehand.
Yes, sir.
Deedles. Well, I
I
am.
feel like physically I'm here, but spiritually I'm yet to be entirely present. You know
Mm.
what I mean? Yeah. I feel like almost over half of my chakras have arrived, but some are still in the ether, coming, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thing. I don't.
Okay, go wave crystals about it.
Yeah, I should go sing some songs and burn a smudge stick or something.
I feel like my aura is colored purple right
Nice.
now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I like when the witch is like, yeah, go shake crystals or something.
I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah, that was kind of
That's great.
I mean,
like damn.
that's pretty badass though. Based as fuck.
Do we know if our resident enjoyer of dragons and cats is currently at her computer?
I mean, I'm here.
I fucking I'll push you into the ground. You're not who I'm talking about.
I believe she's in the pen.
Understood. Then we will
Shut
give
up.
it.
He said resident, and I'm here.
Oh, delightful. Hello. Then we will begin our introductions. We'll go down the line. We'll start with Bari.
Hi, I'm Momo, and I play Bari. She is a level 2 war cleric, dragon law orc, and has dreams of making it to the sky. That's why her and her sister ventured down here years ago. Hopefully, down this road of adventure, she will get her wings.
All right, I'm Necro, aka Kieran, and I play Isolde Alvain, half-fire giant, draconic sorcerer, level 2. Hailing from Elions and graduating from Illindor, Isolde has recently returned home from her studies and has found her provincial life a little wanting since then. However, recently given the title of Wayfarer, she has struck out into the world, exploring the surrounding areas and perhaps a bit more of her own power.
Hello, everyone. I am Cyric, and I play Logan Alvain, a fire half-giant level 2 paladin who is brother to Isolde. Currently, Logan is taking it easy around the spear, content to lounge as the days trickle by and with little hurry until the headsman's arrival. Worries and some hesitations roil as turmoil in his mind, the what-ifs behind Tay's constant mention of a task and obsession that they both share, that and the upcoming battle of the galleon. All in all, however, he remains a positive force still, intent on being there for his friends come hell or high water.
Hi everyone, I am Sizzle Bacon, and I play Oliver Duskbrand, the level 2 talent, a Makote of the Moon, and I think the youngest of our cadre of heroes in waiting. Being the adopted student of Alexander Duskbrand and the adopted son of Amelia Duskbrand, Oliver has set out with his friends on adventure and exploration, allowed for the first time to go beyond the territories of Eliond, and to at least at the moment explore its neighbors. However, Oliver must now contend with the unfortunate truth of any campaign or adventure, and that is dealing with the waiting as the days roll by, as they await to take on the galleon, and for the headsman of Carlisle.
I play Rylan Aldane. He is the Road Warden Squire, son of the current Road Warden in the Southlands area. Having trained for that for pretty much all of his life. He's been spending most of it preparing for that eventuality and what knighthood is and all that it entails, all the responsibilities and everything. Doing his best to do his best. And having been with this party on this sojourn of trying to keep the peace in the Southlands while his dad's away on business. They now find themselves preparing to deal with a very, very big threat. In that time, he's been spending most of it helping the blacksmith of Durant Spear get a suit of chainmail ready for Logan so that he can be properly armored when they go to fight the beastie.
Delightful. Okay, it is currently the 25th of Hearthlight, just beyond a little bit past midday. Your recent conversation ended with Tace, the wizard, having left, having recently identified your grasping staff, informing you, of course, that there are several ways to potentially remove the curse, all of which are more taxing than the last. What would you, the party, like to do for the remainder of the 25th? If it's individual tasks, that's also fine.
Well, as we've discussed, DM, I would like Logan to essentially linger around the center of town, get a feel for the people and their back and forths, sort of introduce himself to the local population, put his fingers on the pulse of the town as much as he can on such a short period of time. Of course, as I said, it would be introductory for the most part. Become acquainted with the shops, with whatever local production there is, parade the docks, things like that. Just basically enjoy the town while he has nothing to do.
Easily done. I would say for a majority of the day, it is mostly you walking, wandering the town, as a lot of people here make their livelihood out at sea for a majority of the day. So there are just entire periods of time where you sort of wander into shops that are otherwise empty or a little bit vacant, and as well as around the docks, which seems to be the actual heart of this place, where you see a lot of people fixing their vessels, people preparing their nets and their ropes, as well as ensuring that all of their equipment and the like is ready for a trip out into the morning sea and then back. And a lot of people, though hesitant at first, sort of wary that you're perhaps here to sell them something or try to basically distract them from their work. The moment that you come across as very earnest is when people in kind are very receptive to it, of which they would greet you warmly, and you would begin to learn about what the various fishermen do. You would also learn how the sort of fishermen are split up, making a little bit more sense as to why there are so many and just what each little group goes after. Smaller fish, larger fish, sort of deep sea diving, harpooning, and the like.
That is awesome.
So you would meet a lot of specialized fishermen that sort of spread throughout the morning sea. So that way, A, they don't overfish, and B, can also sort of compete with one another.
I imagine they have like territories out at sea as well, and
Indeed.
claims and whatnot.
Not claims. They would have like, I don't even want to say like it's the right to this place is ours. It's more so this sort of understanding that the fishing for this particular group is better here than for your
I
group
see.
to be here.
And it's very competitive, I imagine.
Indeed, they make a. It almost feels like there's a competition basically every day. No real rewards or anything like that, but more so bragging rights for the group that comes back and yields the most.
I feel like Logan would find great relish in like this people and their very passionate approach to their craft, right? So he would have just lounged around boats and whatnot, and potentially even asked about the fishing there, how how it works, and maybe gotten some tips too. I don't know,
Mm.
or maybe become acquainted with possible, adversaries and what have you.
He's angling for an edge here.
I need you to roll me a
yeah.
persuasion check because the moment you start asking about the derby is when people start clamming up a little bit.
Oh yeah. All right, all right.
There's a noticeable reluctance to really tell you much about the fishing tournament, this dragonfish tourney that's been happening for well over a century now.
Indeed.
There's almost this not close guardedness, but a little bit more reservation when talking about it, especially to somebody who doesn't look like they partake in the trade. But you would eventually find some of the older salts who have been doing this for a while, the Kiyoshi types, who would eventually tell you a little bit more about the tournament as a whole. And it is very much the same way as this, where it's relegated into groups. Depending on your type of fishing will determine who you go up against.
Oh my god.
So if you are a spearfisher, you'll be going up against other spearfishers. You won't be going up against like fly rod fishers or anything like that.
I think at this point is when Logan would determine that he wants to fish with a rod.
Understood.
But yeah, that's about it, DM.
Okay. Anybody else?
I mean, Rylan will basically, he'll be doing blacksmithing stuff probably the majority of the week. Checking in with the group, though, and to see how their research is going or the questions, if they had any progress with the weather device and all that kind of stuff. So his is easy.
Okay. We already did your check for the 25th today with Rihanna.
Cool.
So on the 26th, we'll do another check for you to continue making progress in this chainmail.
So great.
Anybody else?
There's one very specific thing I like to do, and that is identify the unidentified amulet in my inventory.
Oh, very good. Go ahead and use your cast of Identify, please.
Oh, I should have cast it. Hold on. Did it not? There we go.
Understood. Can you read its unidentified description first, please?
Oh, I can't read. This beautiful iron amulet bears no blemishes and marks as if it's never been worn before. It's lightweight in your hand and feels cold to the touch.
As you begin to identify this amulet, now beginning to understand its properties, you would learn just what this thing is. This is an amulet of mental resolve. You may read it.
This is a wondrous item, and it is enchanted with the following property. While wearing this amulet, you gain a +2 to saving throws made to resist the effects of charmed, slept, or frightened. I don't think it requires attunement.
It takes your neck slot.
It does require attunement. Wait, you say neck slot?
Yes.
Oh, I see. the rules change once again.
I started this in CTF. We didn't get to really play with it much.
Mm.
But there will be
So-
items that have attunement requirements and still take up slots, like the grasping staff. The grasping staff requires you
see.
to attune to it.
Understood.
However, you may also sell this amulet. Should you find a buyer, maybe perhaps an individual in Elion's tier would be willing to buy this amulet.
Nah, probably best to just throw it in the ocean.
All right. Titanic that beach.
All right. Well, upon learning this information, Oliver will stow it for now, as before the basically waiting for the party to get together before we decide who gets the funny amulet. Other than that, I think he would spend a day traveling out to the weather machine to investigate its properties to the best of his ability.
Okay. What are you attempting to learn from this machine?
Good question. I think what he'd try to figure out, besides just how the controls work, would be sort of investigating what it can do. Beyond, starting a hurricane and destroying a town.
Go ahead and roll me an interface check. As you begin sort of these preliminary probes into the machine, attempting to understand a little bit more about this Archotech Stormbringer, you hit a little bit of a wall. There is a lot of information here. And attempting to decipher it in just a day alone, you almost become overwhelmed. Too many windows, too many sort of drop downs, too many links that lead to other information that's not relevant to what you're trying to learn. You understand the gists of this machine. It generates or sort of agitates air particles to conjure storms. It uses the current to do that. But its further depth, what it really understands, or what you can really understand about it, you'll probably have to try again tomorrow.
Understood. In that case, after being overwhelmed with whatever time he has remaining, he'd probably head back and find out, come up with an excuse to hang out with Adrian.
Nice.
No excuse necessary. The moment you show up, she's like, hey, and brings you in. How long do you stay?
Depending on how long the weather machine thing, basically probably until dinner.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
Solde, Bari.
I don't think Bari had anything specific she would do. She'd just continue like her normal everyday while waiting and stuff. So helping out people carrying things from dock to dock. Trying to swindle her way onto one of the boats and failing. Probably with a similar, I've told you this 1,000 times, Bari. No, kind of situation. She's begged to get on the boat. And then trudge back to the bar where she's sad.
Has Bari fished ever?
Oh yeah. I mean,
Okay.
she's lived here for a couple years now. I'm sure she would take it up.
Okay. Understood. Hanging back at the izakaya and meeting a lot of familiar faces who basically recognize that that you've been kicked off some of the boats would
Come
treat you
on,
to your
man. Why won't they
drinks.
just let me go, man? And they're like, you're just blah, 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 blah. And she's like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Whatever. That kind of thing.
All right. Enjoying some drinks with the fellows in the izakaya. Isolde,
Meowdy.
is there anything you're doing for the remainder of the 25th of Hearthlight?
I'll try and see if Barash is in, the mayor's in, and probably ask a little bit more about the history with Chandra.
Okay. Yeah, you would find, or rather you would come to understand what the mayor's sort of working situation is. You would learn from Emma, the sort of lead servant here within the manor, basically informing you that Barash works fulfilling a lot of sort of paperwork, as well as settling disputes and everything like that, as well as greeting and ensuring the sort of quality of products that are coming in and out of the spear. As such, a lot of his day is spent in his office. Later in the evening, though, when Barash is free from his duties as mayor, is when you would have that free time to ask, or when he would have the free time for you to be able to ask him more about Chandra.
Yeah, if he's up to it, fine. If it's something for another day, she'll take that answer.
This is what's going to determine it. What specifically are you wanting to know?
So much actually. I guess. Up until things soured, I guess. What was her relationship with the town?
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
Give me a moment.
Not my best work.
Okay. Barash, sort of, you would watch as he's speaking to you. Emma is currently tightening the sash around his waist with his arms sort of held out to the side. You can see this very contemplative expression that he wears. Before eventually he would let out a very soft sigh. And then he would explain to you. Chandra's sort of main presence here usually was for the blessing of the dragonfish tourney. It was both to bless the waters to ensure that everybody had like a fair opportunity basically during this fishing tournament, and of course to bless the winner of the fishing tournament with a sort of boon of the sea. Is sort of making the next year afterwards for them a very fruitful year in terms of like fishing as well as luck while out at sea. Perhaps, you know, that hole in your boat that had been bothering you for a while, maybe something got stuck and now it's been patched and now your boat doesn't threaten to sink. Now you can stay out at sea a little bit longer. Or perhaps your nets happen to catch a current just right, and now you're catching way more fish than perhaps you used to before.
So, So essentially, for us, it's a funny haha reward. For everyone else in Dran Spirit, it's a livelihood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's you can understand why people would be upset after so many years, perhaps trying their best or their damnedest at this tournament and failing to earn the favor of the sea, while others basically get to reap in all of those rewards.
Okay.
So, but to him, it's always been this understanding, basically, this back and forth. When she would come to them and ask for something, usually small, there would be no real pushback or hesitation to give it to her because they knew that she would show up for the tournament without fail. So it's
Okay.
always been amicable.
Okay. Understood. Was there any... And she hasn't been here lately, has she?
Chandra?
Or yeah. I mean, other than showing up in the beach and threatening to kick our asses.
She... Are you asking if she showed up before that?
No, if she showed up in, when the relationship began to sour, if she showed up for any of the other tourneys.
Oh,
Or if she's kind of...
You would learn that she's been showing up to all of the tourneys.
Oh, okay.
The situation, you understand, the situation soured from Barash's point of view.
Okay.
For Chandra,
Understood.
she's, as it was apparent that from how she acted, things were still on the up and up. Only for
Okay.
suddenly orcs to come in and steal your prized possession.
Understood. Okay, understanding the situation a bit more. Yeah, she has no hard feelings. He's taking it personally.
Correct. Basically,
Just
once
like us.
his father died, he's been very much like that bubbling resentment. However, as that is brought up, his eagerness to talk about this subject any further dwindles rapidly.
Maybe another time. Goodbye.
So how are you? How are you worse than your dad? Explain. Is it like in every way, or are there just like certain fields?
Wow. Not like that. Jesus. But yeah, that's it for today.
Okay. Then, as a whole, the party converges once more to end the 25th of Hearthlight. Oliver, are you staying over at Bari and Adrian's, or are you coming back to the manor?
I'm gonna come pick you up, so your ass is going back. Yeah, yeah. Don't think too hard. Logan's gonna be there. Oh, it's getting late.
No, look, no, it's cool, man.
No.
No. It's that fucking scene from Monty Python where they drag him out of the like Virgin Tower,
Yep.
and thus he was saved from great temptation.
Pretty much.
Okay.
All right. Well, when he's dragged back, and if the party all coalesces in the manor once again, he will show them the amulet, and basically explain what it does. Oh wow. And after the basically explaining that it aids in keeping one's mental faculties under certain conditions, he'll let a moment of silence sort of pervade the air before asking, "So, who wants it?" Okay, so he slowly puts it on himself, but no one responds.
A set of like
Mm-hmm.
incredulous looks.
Like,
Anybody can wear it. It gives you a +2 to any saving throw to resist charmed, sleep, or frightened. It does occupy your neck slot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it'd be nice on Rylan.
right. I mean,
All right.
Mr. Must say into resist effects of charm, slept, and frightened. Do you have anybody who is more susceptible to being charmed, slept, or frightened than average?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty much good on anyone, but Isolde will pass on it.
I look at my 8 wisdom. I look back. Nah, man.
Well, yeah, because
I'm sad.
if charm, slept, and frightened is a wisdom save, then yeah, whoever has the lowest wisdom probably should take that then. Seems reasonable and smart.
My
Yeah, but if
mental
they-
faculties.
If they make Rylan run away, we might be in trouble. But if they make him run away, that's exactly what he would do. You know what I mean? Like,
We need like everyone all kind of on deck. And Rylan has, I think.
The martial bias.
Well, no, there's some other like a start. Remember we had starting feats or whatever it was. Battle hardened. Oh, gain advantage on saving throws against fear. That, and it's not charmed or sleep, but there's the fear part, and that's pretty handy.
you just have that.
It's the starting feat we got. That's the one I was able to pick because the
Oh my
other ones I
God.
wanted were taken.
Nice.
So I went with that one, which is a pretty good pick overall.
100%.
You're saying you don't. Do you or do you not want the trinket?
I mean, if it's otherwise, like if you have whoever has the lowest wisdom should probably take it. If literally nobody else wants it, then sure.
Maybe on Grayson then, when she never comes back. We'll keep
Mhm.
it as like a keepsake, and she'll never,
I'll use it in
Get it.
time, but I'm saying like if whoever has the lowest wisdom currently should probably take it, and
'Cause-
if not, then I will use it.
Bari and I have crazy wisdom, and
Yeah.
The person with the
Yeah,
lowest
so-
wisdom is Oliver with an 8.
Well, there you go. Just say I have the lowest wisdom, and I'll wear it. That's all you have to do. Silly butt.
I do, in fact, have the lowest wisdom.
There you go. Wear it then.
But
Take
I'm
it.
also very well. I will take it. He puts it on his neck after offering.
Yep.
Like
You did your due diligence. Good boy. Now wear it.
like a. Hey, you guys want it? As he's putting it on.
This would be great. Even my color. Look.
Look, the only hesitation I have is that there's always the martial bias when it comes to enchantment stuff, okay? Everyone talks about how OP spellcasters are, but when it's time for the DM to pick his favoriteest boy,
Silly
it's
boy.
always the guy with the
You
axe.
silly boy.
I
Oh,
would
You
boy.
can stab people's minds and make
You're
them
such a
roll int
baby.
saves.
You're
Int
such a baby.
saves. You want to know who has an int save? No one in
Yeah.
the party.
Such a baby.
You're a silly,
Right.
silly man.
It's just a little guy. Everyone.
Look, I point at Momo. I have trauma, okay?
Oh.
I have trauma. Twice now, specifically Siric's character has stabbed mine in the face.
Do you want?
Hey,
What?
Isolde, what's
cookies?
your int saving bonus?
Oh boy, it's a big fat 0.
That's nice. Yeah. Hey, Logan, what's your int save bonus?
Alright, man, can I get to level 6 maybe so I can have some of that 0?
0?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Rylan, what's your int save bonus?
Oh well, let me check real quick. So you take the nothing and you carry the nothing, divide by nothing and nothing.
Oh, is that another 0? That's crazy.
That's a lot
Hey,
of int.
Bari. What's your instinct bonus?
So yeah, I've got Grayson with a actually surprising +0,
Mhm.
and Bari with an even more surprising -1.
Nice.
Oh shit.
That's great. Hey, Oliver,
Shut the fuck up,
Yeah,
Oliver.
man.
what's your int
Yeah,
save?
man.
I've got trauma.
My int save?
Yeah.
That's a +4, but
Oh.
like no one here's
Like
doing
that.
int damage.
That's crazy.
I'm mind controlling you first, idiot.
What the fuck? Do it.
Anyway,
They'll just bop me on the head.
with that magic item handed out, that concludes the 25th of Hearthlight. Moving on to the 26th, bright and early.
Oh my god. I
What
could hear it from the manor.
would the party like to do today for the whole of the 26th of Hearthlight?
Well, we know
Same
what
thing I
Oliver
did
would like to
yesterday,
do.
Pinky.
Understood. Go help out, move boxes around, be real strong, attempt to join boat, be shirked from
Rebuked.
joining boat, sent back to Izakaya to drink.
Sad.
I feel like
Hold
this
the
is what
town.
she's been doing for 2 years now.
Control the town, be a good deputy or something.
Yeah. Maybe stop a fight in the streets. Wow.
Mm.
Headlock one of them. Wow.
We'll smash an unusually large crab the size of a poodle on the beach. Be like, I did it!
Look for dragons in the sky, then cry at the izakaya.
No dragons today.
One day.
Day 576, still no dragons. Same entry as the last 570.
God, it's like a
75
show or
days.
something.
What the fuck?
All right, Rylan, I assume you are on your way to work at the guild hall with Rihanna for the day?
Yes, I should add caveat-wise because they're preparing for this big fight. Like in the evenings, even though he's probably tired, he's probably still getting that big, like a heavy stick or something, and doing like practice swings and things like that, trying to keep himself up. So when it's bedtime, he just goes and he's out.
There is a very sort of isolated dojo within the manor that you'd be able to train in.
Yeah. So
Rylan.
he's all tired. He's still hammering.
I'll spar you.
Yeah, with the practice sticks. That's perfect though.
Hell yeah.
Logan pulling out his greatsword with the what?
Yeah. Oh.
No. The stick.
Cool. So later in the evening, you guys will be sparring. Rylan, go ahead and roll me your Smith's Tools check, please.
How many tools you do? Does it work? Does it just work like that? Awesome. 13. Not
13.
bad.
Another success.
Hooray!
You are, just about 4 more days until you are able to fully complete this task.
Yeah. I don't know. Is it him working on the chainmail, or is it her working on a chainmail and him kind of like running interference for the daily stuff that she has to do?
It's a little bit of both. Basically, you are acting right now as like a guild assistant.
It's pretty cool though.
Sort of working both on this as well as any major tasks that may have come through, just purely by being there. Not that it was like your job, but obviously Rylan being Rylan, I imagine would help Rihanna with any of her tasks that came through if they ended up being too burdensome.
I would think so, yeah. I
Very
mean,
good.
anything that she needs, really, realistically.
Oh,
What?
nothing.
What the fuck?
All right, party.
God.
Solday, Logan, Oliver, what are you guys doing today?
We're gonna splurge.
Oh,
Go.
on.
Here's what's gonna happen. Logan is gonna sightsee as he was,
Mhm.
make friends as he was doing, revisiting the docks, And then he's gonna go to the isekai and he's going to drink with Bari. I show a thumbs up. I know you guys can't see it, but I'm thumbing up at the microphone. And he's gonna drink a lot.
They just won't let me on the boats, and I don't know why. He's just relenting more.
I made those. I was going to ask, and they looked at me funny. Said I wouldn't fit.
That's actually probably true, though.
That's sizest.
Anyway, I'm gonna round down my silver to 200 because it's fair to say that Logan spent money. That would be like 16 silver, I think.
My God, what are you
Gone.
buying?
Booze.
For everybody?
I don't think it costs that much to get sloshed every night unless you're not trying to get sloshed.
How much would it be for Barry and Logan to get absolutely fucked up so that he can then go
Well
fight with sticks while
underneath-
drunk?
Well
Oh,
underneath 16 silver. Hold on.
Hell yeah, fight with sticks.
Let me pull up the fucking the izakaya costs real quick.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, nice,
Fight
nice.
with
We're
sticks.
we're getting slosh and then we're bringing Barry to the manor to fight with sticks.
Be like, hey, it's cool, it's cool. Hey, who's this? Oh, fuck! Why are you both drunk? Get out of here!
Sometimes you just do it.
Okay, so here's the thing. Are you drinking ale or are you drinking wine?
I drank wine.
A pitcher of wine. Yeah, so there's the pitcher of wine, which is the honey wine that comes from Eliond, is 20 copper pieces for a pitcher. A bottle of what is basically sake is 10 silver pieces.
So, I believe. Hold on. Isn't 100 copper 1 silver?
Yes.
Okay, so 20 pitchers would be what, 400? So that's 4 silver, right?
Are you drinking 20 pitchers?
Hell yeah.
What the fuck?
My God.
What?
I think if one pitcher is enough to probably get the both of you fucked up. Wine is stronger than beer by like a lot.
TM, how many days before the headsman and/or our galleon fight?
He's a half fire giant.
It's,
Or liver failures, that's
We
it.
might have to delay that after 20 pitchers.
And he's sharing
guys
them
are
with
haters.
Bari. Yeah, y'all hate. Why y'all
Oh, I'm
hate?
sorry, only 10 pitchers per. My bad.
You guys are haters.
You
You guys are haters.
We just care, okay? We just care.
Why don't
about
you
your
roll
health.
con saves to see how many pitchers in you get before?
Whoa. You don't get to tell me to roll. The DM. The DM says that. I'm waiting for him to say it. All right?
Like he's just
God,
flat.
I hope we have the fight like the next day.
Oh my God.
Roll up to the galleon. Grayson and not Grayson.
You're
Ari and
buying
Logan are like
20 just for the two of you? Am I understanding that right?
No. How about this? Let's roll con saves
Uh-huh.
until we fail the check, and that's how we make like the
Okay.
multiple
So
of
let's-
expenditure.
I'll be generous, given that you both are heartier individuals, if I remember correctly.
So keep this in mind.
Yeah.
Jason Con.
Logan,
Con. Okay.
yeah, Logan, half fire giant. He would drink like in his house often as well. The town is based around drinking, so casually he would drink, right? So he definitely has
Hold on,
developed
hold on,
a bit
hold
of
on.
yeah.
I'm going to give you both the first pitcher for free, given your con scores.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice,
On your
nice.
second, which is now raising brows. from people.
It's raising.
I need
Yes!
con saves from the both of you.
I like
The
how they're
DCs
like, I
will
want
continue
20.
to increase.
And the DM's like, you start getting stares at 2.
Wait, how big is the pitcher? Is it like huge?
These are big. These are like big metal pitchers that you're drinking from.
Oh, I'm ready to die on the first one. I'm sorry, the second one. Oh, never mind.
Club credit.
Huh.
Wait,
Uh-oh.
Bari.
How do I do a save this thing?
If you're using the new character sheet, you'll go up to you'll hit the little cog icon, the top right. You'll see where con is. And then underneath that, you'll see saving throws. It's its own little box. You just click con. Bless you.
Bless you.
Okay.
Yo, dog. I'm out.
Bari, who had been drinking beforehand.
I pre-gamed, dog.
No, come on.
Okay.
20 was
Logan,
such a lofty goal.
you get your second one down. The DC goes up. Go ahead and roll me another con save. Your drinking partner already tapped out.
I don't think he'd keep drinking if he's alone.
Okay.
Means you'd have to finish the whole picture instead of,
Yeah, let's say he's finished. Just to see what happens.
On wine, too.
Oh,
You're finished.
Your stomach is a whirlpool of of honey wine that begins to cling to everything it touches. Everything tastes like honey wine. Everything smells like honey wine.
Not so bad.
I've been drunk like that
You
since
both
I was
gain a 1d4 bonus to your next persuasion check as a result of
Persuasion.
the honey wine.
Oh, is this the Fallout mechanics? Better
This,
charisma, worse dexterity.
this effect fades after you roll. It also fades after 24 hours if you don't use it.
I like to think that the more drunk Logan got, the more like he had like a floppy flourish to his hands when he talked. And like his eyes got very like lacy and droopy.
Yeah, is this like actual charisma bonus or just like perceived charisma bonus?
They'll have to roll for you to find out.
Like they think they're being really suave. But their bonuses are actually subtracting from their
You mind your own business, little cowboy.
mind your business.
All right.
Mind your own goddamn business. Oh, shit.
Well,
So,
the two are oh, go on. You have more?
Yes, DM. I would like to use my newly gained persuasion dice to try and convince the the bartender to take us to the manor because we need a guide.
Wait, hold on. You're asking Aaron to take you to the manor?
Because we need yes, this is the end of the night. We're going back to play with 6. We need a guide. We need a guide. A companion.
You're
A
talking
third-
about
designated
home.
driver.
A third person to take us there because we cannot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll. Actually, so here's the fucked up thing. You wouldn't need to roll persuasion for that. Aaron would just get one of the other workers to take you up to the manor, as you are guests of the Joranson family.
That makes
Understood.
And Bari is.
She going home. I don't want to play with these toys anymore.
This is stupid. I don't like it.
I don't think Logan would be like too nauseous. He'd be more like dizzy, perpetually dizzy.
Your eyes
Yeah,
glazed over with honey.
Yep. Just constantly leaning against shit. Just seeing that the ground is further down than he thought.
Isolde Oliver. Plans for the 26th.
Plans for the 26th. When is the festival again?
The 30th.
The 30th. Okay. I'd kind of want to see if there was any, like, festival clothes that Isolde could get a jump on.
Interesting. Are you trying to go out and buy your own?
I kind of want to see what's available, yeah.
Okay. I need to double check if this place has a guild tailor or not. They do. They do have a guild weaver. Okay. Give me a second.
Have we separated, like, all the shit we bought out to the people?
I don't
No.
think
Last
we've done
session.
that yet because we haven't been on a map where we can do that.
So, I believe that in character we have, but mechanically speaking, we have not.
Yes, correct.
Understood.
In character, yes, at the story we would have just been like, here, in your bag, this, that, or the other, but we haven't been physically on a map where we can hand that out.
Okay. Yes, you would be able to go to the guild weaver that's here. And there is some festival clothing. You would be able to get you'd basically be able to commission a yukata for yourself.
Ooh, yeah. Isolde would probably kind of like look at the designs, see what, could be available, and would definitely well, what is available?
In terms of designs,
Yeah, like colors, designs, what
it is
kind of
you'd have noticed already just based on being in the manor that there is a plethora of choices. You tell me what you want it to look like.
I think Isolde would go for primarily like a light blue sort of yukata with potentially like mountain designs, like snow-capped mountains and clouds. And then have maybe like a darker blue obi belt with another like almost indigo sash in the middle, and like indigo trimming on the yukata itself.
Okay.
So yeah, shades of blues and whites.
We'll say, because this is basically fine clothing. Let me double check. Yeah. This all in all, to get this designed and ready for the festival after taking your measurements and everything like that, this is going to cost you 20 silver pieces.
Please.
That's gonna be my silly purchase.
It's pretty cool though.
But yeah, and inform the tailor that it can be dropped off at the mayor's manor in time for the festival.
Understood. Okay, go ahead and mark off 20 silver pieces, and they will begin work on your festival yukata.
Ooh, if
Drip,
possible,
drip, drip.
could also in like the mountain scene, if they could sneak in a dragon design, even just a small one.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Sure.
Yeah, you're getting something for your brother, right?
11. No.
Yo, Bari and her about to match.
Give me 1 second.
Just a little tiny one. About the size of the, like, Lacoste alligators.
Yeah, if it's just a tiny one, they'd be willing to do that.
Yeah.
No extra charge.
Okay. Yeah, just a little small one. Okay.
Little guy.
How many people you think go into the tailors every day? Like, could I get like a thinks about it dragon design? In
The
Tyros.
entire orc society.
Yeah, in Tyros, yeah.
Daring today, aren't we?
I see you're really pushing the trends of fashion.
Florals for spring.
The tailor is actually like, oh my god, finally. A connoisseur.
I'm no longer any fucking
Years
ocean.
ago.
It's
I
no
moved
longer
here years
oceans, I got
ago, and all of
mountains.
them were brown.
Perfect.
But
Give me 1 moment before we go to Ollie.
Yeah, wait
Role play amongst yourselves.
I just want to complain that she didn't get anything for her brother. Kind
Get
of
a
fucked up.
complimentary "I'm a stupid" T-shirt.
Pretty much. Pretty much. And little else.
Well, you have to be there for them to measure you. I'll bother you tomorrow about it.
I love the idea of Easy trying to get Logan and he's just fucked up. It's not-
She
Logan
goes and
is-
finds you at the izakaya, like on the floor, Peter Griffin pose, and she's like, "Not today."
Logan is not present.
Logan be like, why didn't you get me anything? Also, Logan, fucking Family Guide on the floor.
My sister hates me.
Why didn't you come get me?
Because you can't stand up straight.
You know I love you, right? You know I love you, right? I know I'm mean, but I mean well. I love you, though.
Oh my god, he's one of those drugs.
I'm back. I just heard slurred speech as I sat back down in my chair.
I just love you so much.
Logan is apparently the confession drunk.
Oh,
Ruh-roh.
I know I never say, but you're the best twin. I'm sorry.
You're my favorite sister.
Your only sister.
okay. Ollie,
Yeah.
what are you doing today?
I think Ollie's gonna try the weather machine again. But first, he's going to materialize in front of Adrian's door again.
Yes, sir.
He's a young man and a girl noticed him. It must be true love.
Naturally.
You are greeted the same way you have been every time you've showed up unannounced. Adrian has a sort of smirk on her face as she opens the door, having already known who is waiting on the other side. And you would be welcomed in. How long are you staying with Adrian today before you go to the Archotech?
Here's the thing. Oliver would ask at the door, really, in that very, nervous, definitely not asking her out on a date, if she'd want to take a walk by the beach and see the weather machine with him.
Oh.
Also, in case, a scuttler comes and tries to eat his face, that might have been useful the day before.
Totally not a date.
Okay. Adrian, for a moment, pauses. Having expected you to, once again, sort of join her and lounge around for the day, sort of being doted on. Instead, it's the prospect of just the two of you going out to the beach. And Adrian sort of shifts on her heel for a moment. And there's a nod. She would take a moment, just because of the idea of there potentially being danger. She's not going to go unarmed. You would watch as she would return sometime later wearing a sort of lamellar-like breastplate, as well as a spear that she would bring along, given just what the beach could potentially entail. But otherwise, holding a very warm smile on her face as she walks with you, Oliver.
Nice. He tries to play it off real cool, but is failing miserably as he constantly steals glances over. And is really... It's really apparent.
Adrian, for her part, only seems... There's no sort of mocking or anything like that, seeing your nervousness or that anxiousness that you're showing off. You've already been around Adrian several times now. She's very receptive to how you act. And would eventually at one point just sort of move to your side. And as she's walking, sort of stumble a little bit. Sort of, you can see some of her shoe getting caught in the sand for a moment. before eventually managing to pull it free of the black sand, she would ask for your help to keep her upright and sort of wait for you to offer your arm.
Yeah. The orc twice his size.
Yeah.
Understood. He would definitely come. The valiant knight would definitely come to her aid. And
The moment
just
the moment that you are receptive to it, it's hook, line, and sinker.
nice.
Yoink.
Yeah, who's getting hooked here is the question.
She would keep her arm low enough as to not basically lift you off of the ground, but
Yeah.
so that she can walk in step with you.
Help me, senpai.
Dar.
She would walk with you to the machine, waiting to see what you're willing to show her.
Yeah, as he arrives at the machine, he would basically have been by her side until the minute that the machine comes into view, and then the excitement would kind of build. Partly because he's fascinated with the machine, partly because now he gets to show off what he knows, which is not a lot.
You can definitely tell this is something that she's not familiar with, sort of gazing at this sort of mass of metal, that jutting spire that seems to still crackle with some untamed energy. She looks almost awestruck seeing this piece of archotech for the first time, having no real reason to ever come this far out onto this side of the beach, and as such, ignorant to it.
So he kind of gestures to the whole machine. This is how we're going to lower the galleon. As he circles around and basically takes station behind the machine, he'd start opening screens. This here shows how active the machine is. This here shows...
Ooh, hold on.
I don't know yet.
Hold on. I need to roll her
Her
genetic
interface.
memory, because
Bruh,
she's
imagine
just shown
she...
this.
You've awakened something.
Imagine she gets like an 18. She's like, oh yeah, I know that.
I'll just touch this here and look at that. It'll one-shot the thing. Like, what?
Yeah. She pushes the
That would
instantly
be-
destroy galleon button.
Hell yeah, brother.
That would be fucking hilarious.
I'd be for it. That'd be hilarious.
Like sister.
Ooh,
They both have a 12.
understood.
Don't
actually not-
ooh, what the fuck?
That's
Fuck
actually,
you.
that's actually not a bad roll for a first time.
Intellect boy. Fuck it.
Actually, genetic memory doesn't correlate to intelligence.
I hate this guy.
You'd know that if you didn't have 12 in interface.
Yeah, you'd know that if my fist was in your face.
Ooh.
Adrian looks
Jesus.
perplexed at all of this machinery, sort of watching just how easily you navigate it. Go ahead and roll me an interface check as you're attempting to once again learn about the possibilities and prospects of what this machine can offer you.
Did you get an advantage for being, inspired by
It's
male companionship?
Yeah,
Got his own
man,
cheerleader?
No, I think he's.
I have to
far
impress
too
the pretty
nervous
girl.
for that.
the bricked up advantage.
What did you roll before? A 10?
I think I
Getting a
rolled
little better.
10.
A little better. Probably going to take another day or so of fully investigating this machinery before, again, just given Oliver's genetic memory but lack of ability to use it. This isn't like something that you've been able to practice before. This has been a recent development for Oliver. And as such, there are learning pains that sort of come with this. You're still able to navigate the bulk of the machinery, even being able to get to the point where you can activate it to begin sort of generating a rather harmless storm. It's up to you if you like fully initialize it or anything like that.
No, no, I don't think he'd turn it on. That might. You want to see the galleon? I say as I turn it on. He'd start off strong in like showing off, where he's like, so this is how it turns on and off. That there, that shows large masses of energy. That little dot right there, that's the galleon, and this does well, we're still working on that, and this does this little lever here. I haven't flipped that either.
She there's no judgment here. She's watching very earnestly as you're attempting to explain all of this. She doesn't make any sort of motions to like grab the controls or touch the screen or anything. Even when prompted, she seems very hesitant to sort of interact with the machine at all. Instead, sort of just letting you show off or attempt to show off.
Oh, I know. I can do this though, and he proceeds to like open up a menu, and then he opens up another menu, and he's like, "Wait, how do I go back?" And he basically gets lost in menus for a little bit. for like 3 minutes, where he's like, no, wait, I swore the button was around here somewhere." As he starts flipping through different panels.
She doesn't have an interface check, so she can't help you at all. She just sort of is along for the ride. Making sort of small comments, sort of teasing jokes once you get lost in the menus, where eventually she's like, have you ever really practiced with this thing before?
Sure, many times. He squeaks out. We have one at home.
At home?
Uh-huh. Yep.
All right.
Somewhere off screen, Bari just does the Shrek face.
Yeah, it's just a little different than.
Ooh,
This one's a little different.
Mhm.
So it's it's just taking a little. He kind of stops.
There's
Okay,
a-
no, I haven't. No, this is the first time.
A hand comes up, sort of very gently patting you between your shoulders. Take your time. I'm not going nowhere.
You'd see his tail start to flick. Not a wag like a dog, but that sort of smooth motion as he returns back to playing with the funny machine.
Okay. How long do you attempt to entertain Adrian with the Archotech Stormbringer?
Basically, until as I'd probably say like an hour or two before he basically can no longer figure out anything else. His interface ability kind of wears down, or she starts to look bored.
Okay. It's definitely your interface skill wearing down that would eventually have you calling in or basically tossing in the towel. And she would basically see the time of day and propose getting food, either at the izakaya or back home.
His ears perk up. He twists. Yes, yeah, sure. Food would be good.
She'd shift off to the side and look very expectant at you.
He blinks stupidly.
Her head shifts to one side momentarily, and then she makes a small motion with her arm.
He blinks again.
There's a small sigh as she would grab your arm in hers.
You see him make a silent "oh," and then very like having missed 2 hits, and I use hint broadly. He would almost trip over himself as he like basically tries to like do as she prompted.
If you forget next time, I'm just leaving you behind.
Okay.
And brought back home to enjoy a meal together. You'll have to try again, attempting to learn the ins and outs of this machine the next day.
Just call me Mr. Riziver.
Is there anything else the party's doing today on the 26th of Hearthlight?
Oh,
Hangover.
I'm glad you put that in your schedule.
Absolute pain. Tea to relieve the pain.
Confronting
Puking
Logan about
it.
going to the tailor's tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. There you go. That's also my tomorrow.
At least the morning.
No,
What
not
did
in the
you
morning.
roll?
You would
You rolled a
not
Yeah,
get.
Oh.
So this is what I'm going to ask of you, good sir. We're going to see if you have a hangover,
Okay.
given your 4. And Bari's, actually, we're going to have Bari also roll because she also rolled sub 10. So both of you, early in the morning, you're going to roll me we're going to roll this just a flat con check. I'm going to say, oh, baby. You go down quick.
We
but
recover
you never
well.
stay down.
Holy shit.
can't keep an old dog like this down.
I thought we were going to the tailor shop with like sunglasses on and shit. Well, we're good.
No, baby, you wake up. You wake up like how I woke up in the Navy, where I was just like, oh, we good? We good. Food
To be
I'm
time.
still alive today.
Nice.
The young 20-something rebound.
That's right. No pain, no aches, a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth. Basically get washed out when you eat breakfast.
That's amazing.
I'm Gucci, dog.
Where are those days? Where are those days?
Long gone.
Behind
brother.
you. Behind you.
Oh,
I
no.
sleep on my shoulder wrong and I wake up in pain.
Yes.
The true fantasy.
All right.
Yeah.
So it is early in the morning on the 27th of Hearthlight. What are we doing today, party? You have one more day before the headsman arrives.
Hell yeah, that's been stuff.
Dragging Logan to the tailor to see if we can get something nice for him.
We're gonna get clothes, DM.
Yeah.
I hope you
Okay.
came up with something because I do not have the artistic expression to describe badass looking clothes.
You're a fucking liar.
Well, maybe not right now.
You're a liar and you know it. Okay. Both Isolde and Logan going to the Guild Weaver and putting in another request.
He wants a big dragon on his.
You.
DM.
A
Like a big ass.
dragon.
I'm talking a big ass fucking worm perched atop the mountain, half clawed into it, looking down upon his subject, you know?
For no extra charge.
And like this leering look of hate, as
Huh?
though everything beneath him was.
This is what
beneath him.
Logan would get?
No.
Thank you. What would Logan get for his yukata?
I think in the spirit of not caring that much, it probably wants something that matches with his sister.
Okay. There are like you don't need to get elaborate designs for your yukata. There are just like very like simple monotone colors, as well as like there are just sort of basic blues with like stripes, for example.
Is there anything with like squids on them or fish?
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah.
You're in the
Looks
right
at the
place.
beach like not even like 100 yards away. You think?
You got
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
with fish?
Yeah, I want someone with like squids on it. Some, like goofy.
Like a kraken?
Yeah, yeah. But like with eyes. Something like a kid would wear, you know what I mean?
What?
You can tell Isolde is like, she's tapping her foot at that, like holding her tongue.
Never mind, I think he'd feel the hate and just
She's like, what?
get something more adulty.
Yeah, there's.
My man's out here.
Go on.
No, don't worry about it.
Yeah, there's numerous designs involving fish, as well as sort of large kraken-esque style squids as well.
Question, DM. When he spoke to Kiyoshi, what was he wearing at the time?
Kiyoshi was wearing a very simple, sort of dark vest that was sort of wrapped around his waist, and
Did
these
he have-
very like very bright flowing pants.
Did he have any like head ornaments or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
he had very long flowing hair, as well as a very well maintained and groomed beard.
Okay, we can't do the beard or we'll be killed, but we have the hair, even though it's a little bit fucked.
We can work with that.
We can work with that, yes. I think
And
he
I
get billowing pants like him, at least. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And then get like a matching like top like Izzy.
Easily done. We'll say all in all, this would come down to about 25 silver pieces. You're
Okay.
getting a set of fine clothing and a set of basically like workman's pants.
All right.
One thing I would like to see while we're there, Isolde would look to accessorize and see if there's anything
Oh
available.
yeah. Oh my god, a girdle. DM
No, jeez. It's
With the
it has an
pants.
obi belt.
with the pants. With the pants. Yeah, that's for the derby when he's fishing.
The
So he's got the big pants.
the weaver
belt.
is not going to have a girdle for you.
Okay, what about like whatever they wrapped around their waist that look like pool noodles? What are those called?
She just said the Obi belt. I think that's what you're talking about.
I don't think it's pool noodles though. The fuck?
I don't know.
What?
I
Yeah, I
have no
watched.
idea what's going on.
Guy watched
Hold
the
on.
entire first season of Shogun and still doesn't know what an Obi is.
I'm not talking about that. That's like the corset looking cloth, right?
Yeah, that's
the cloth
belt, the thick cloth
Are you talking about the giant, like, ceremonial
Yeah,
belt-looking
like
thing?
huge belts that have like width.
I think those are probably for religious ceremonies.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
typically mythological stuff or
Okay.
just thingies. So
My man actually came and said, "Can you dress me up like an oni?"
yeah. That
Hell
one,
yes.
I remember.
That'd be like walking in, like, I would like to wear a Pope hat to this.
No. No, we're going with the Obi belt.
Okay.
Well, that comes with, like, a yukata.
Yeah, that comes with your yukata, so
Okay.
no extra charge.
Excellent.
But yes, I would look at, like, maybe stuff that, like, Isolde could use to put up her hair or something.
You are looking in the wrong place.
Ah, okay.
The Guild Weaver would not have that.
Okay. Well, I
Let me
would look for
double-check
where
if
they
this
might have it.
town would. I was gonna say, let me double check if this town would have that.
Even if it's like simple jewelry, like if they made like a, like those beaded bracelets out of volcanic rock.
Oh no, they would have. If he wasn't in jail.
Oh, okay.
Your
Damn, I say getting the crowbar and heading over to his shop.
Oh no! Don't
Yeah.
take your brother there.
No, we're not gonna do B&E. We're not gonna do some B&E, but I'm a
Yeah,
little disappointed.
the guild carpenter who would be making your accessories and everything like that for you to put in your hair and everything is currently in jail.
Well, don't do crime, kids.
And they have not yet brought in a new guild representative for the guild hall here. So
Awkward.
Shame, I'm just left with what I have. Boo. But we'll look fly once the tournament comes around. The festival's here. And Isolde will thank Logan for humoring her.
He'll give his sister a hug, and he'll also say thank you for helping him pick one. And then he'll go with her and break into this tailor's house.
Yeah!
Yeah.
what?
Two half giants enter your store.
But yeah, I mean, he's
No,
he's
we're not.
abandoned all reason. He's against order. Thus,
I must
he
have
doesn't fall
blanked
within the
out
scope
what
of the law.
No.
And now you're arrested because
Yeah.
you broke into somebody's property.
Whoa,
like-
you don't know if I got caught.
Shut up.
I feel like the guy who like falls asleep while they're watching a show and wakes up and has no idea what happened. Like, obviously, there's a scene I missed.
No, ride or die. I mean, that's my sister, right? I gotta.
Jesus.
We're
Yeah.
not breaking into any place.
Fine.
Did you mark off your
Today.
25 silver pieces?
I did. It is
very
done,
Good.
DM.
Very good. Okay. Anything else for your remainder of the day? Actually, till about 12, I would say. 12 p.m.
I think for Isolde, it would kind of be, izakaya time, get lunch, maybe have a sneaky little drink, and I think the rest of her day, she would kind of explore the grounds around the village, just for anything unusual, potentially somewhat magical in origin. Because we've already kind of felt like there might be something underneath this place, but, magic is weird, ley lines are weird. Just
I feel
walk
like
around.
in this endeavor, Logan wouldn't come because shopping is hard work and his legs would be tired. So
He had to stand in
just-
place with someone with pins, and he got poked once or twice.
and all the walking around looking for the thing, so he also wouldn't drink. So he'd probably go to the manor and just chill for the rest of the day.
Okay. So somebody looking for any lingering essence of magic. How long do you do that for?
I think Isolde would probably like split that task into two, and for the first part of the day, kind of explore like the more northern areas. And I'd probably say it's a little bit of a hike, like an hour or two.
Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Just kind of getting the flow of the current around here, especially after the disruption with the weather machine, for lack of better terms.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Okay.
Okay. Sort of opening your senses, being as attuned to the current as you are as a sorcerer, you sort of begin to feel the world, the presence of the current here. You would note that there are almost holes or pockets basically throughout Duran's spear as you are walking, of places that are slowly mending or holes that are slowly closing.
Okay, very good. Zold seems pleased at that things are kind of falling back into that natural flow.
Okay. Rylan,
Yes, sir.
roll for me a Smith's Tools check, please.
Smithy tools. Back. Tools. Hey, pretty good.
Easily done. Another success towards your cumulative total.
I feel like he's been doing pretty good with her so far.
Yeah.
Must be all that good experience in teaching between the Elion's blacksmith that he likely learned from, and now this one.
Mm-hmm. Being both guild blacksmiths, you are recognizing sort of a lot of the teaching patterns there. Though obviously different flavors, as Catherine being a much more of a hard ass in terms of her teaching, versus Rihanna, who's a little bit more freeform.
Hands off, lets you make your own mistakes and corrects you.
Correct.
She also down bad.
I didn't say that. Anyway.
Okay. Bari,
Yo.
what you doing today until 12 p.m.?
Same thing.
Okay. So more than likely in the izakaya after being denied.
Probably confront her sister about the cat boy.
You weren't home yesterday. What's up?
Wondering. And yeah, she'd be there.
Okay. As the day progresses, as you all have been going about your various tasks, as the day reaches 12, exactly on the spot, you would hear that rhythmic beating of the bell from the shrine. It begins to fill the air of Duran's spear. You would also notice that the air feels a little heavier than before. For those of you who are capable of casting spells, who are attuned to the current in some way, shape, or form, you would feel a shiver run up the length of your spine.
Did we do another machine check, by the way? I don't know if that got asked yet.
Nope.
Okay.
You would watch, wherever you are, as people begin to converge. People begin to make their way to the center of Duran's spear. And for a very obvious reason. Emerging along the road, striding into Duran's spear, is a procession of knights. Individuals clad in gleaming plate mail. You would see one of them in particular possessing this very wide, sort of furred cloak that hangs over their shoulders and over one of their arms as they walk, their visored helmet facing forward. You would note instantly that at their back, two of the other knights, are holding banners. And you would recognize the heraldry of House Amrin, the heraldry of the High King of Tyros. You would see all of them matching in some way, shape, or form in their regalia, the colors that they wear, the bright purples and golds and silvers that accent them. You would see the lead knight, the one who is walking ahead of the others, is followed by 8 others behind him. You would note behind them are the 2 bannermen. 2 of the knights following behind the first have their hands clasped tightly around what appears to be a sheathed blade. Where is the party currently?
What time is it again? Noon?
Noon.
Probably in the shop myself.
So,
Unless
Uh,
Sabrina is like, we're going out to see cool stuff.
Probably somewhere here, sulking. If she walks back.
Probably on the beach, getting back from fiddling with the machine in the morning.
I think Logan would have been in the manor, and he would have realized, with an odd and very cold thrill, that everything went really quiet. And he'd look through a window, apropos of nothing, and realize that there's a procession of people lining the road, and that there's no one in the house, and he'd go out. And he'd be a late arrival to them entering the town. But he'd stand out from the crowd based on his height and width as he watches them come in.
I think Isolde probably would have been out among the grounds, feeling out the current when she feels that distinct ripple and notices this procession coming down the street and then follows after. Curious.
For those of you who are in the center of town, you would watch as the lead knight would pull away from the group who have continued their march, the banners continuing to push through town. One of the bannermen breaking away to stand with this knight as the others make their way to the constabulary. This individual stands, hand poised at the pommel of his blade, sort of having pushed it down. And he stands there for several long moments until Denos Ulmar, the sheriff here, approaches with a number of deputies. And you would see them begin to converse. You would watch as the individual clad in their plate mail would reach a hand out and very firmly shake Denos' hand. Several more moments go by before Denos' attention turns. Logan, you said you're in the crowd?
Yep.
You are
At the
pointed
front.
at.
Oh god.
And you would
Oh,
watch this individual turn his attention towards you directly.
I think beneath the weight of his stare, Logan would hunch lower than ever, like he was trying to banish into his own chest.
He gives a nod to Denos, and this knight with his bannerman begins to approach you.
I imagine that like a nervous space begins to like appear around him as people push away.
As they see him beginning to walk, yes, they begin to
Yeah.
make room.
Yeah, like he's rotten fish. Well, Logan wouldn't move. He's firmly planted, and by the time they get to him, he's squared out his shoulders and he's puffed out his chest, and he is staring sternly.
This visored look takes you in for a moment as he comes to a stop a few feet away from you. He looks you over from head to toe. Before eventually he would relax his shoulders, a number of the people having cleared some semblance of room. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Sir Selwyn, the speaker. I'm told you traveled with a number of other wayfarers. I would like to meet them.
I am Logan Alvain. It is indeed an honor. We, all of us, come from the north. From close here, Alien's Tier. And I'd love to introduce them to you, sir.
Sir Selwyn nods. I know your father.
Has he ever spoken of him, Dim?
Not this night.
My sister is also here.
He gives a nod. And he looks... You can feel that expectation, waiting for you to gather your companions.
I imagine Logan would have an idea of where everyone is, to some degree. Potentially through the aid in the manor.
Yeah. Emma would basically inform you where most of your companions have gone.
Very well. I think it'd take a moment for Logan to realize this expectation. Somewhat taken aback by the awe and like the admiral stance of the man and the procession behind him. And it will only really sink in at that moment where he sees the full grandeur of the crown behind him. And as though motion activated, he'd begin setting off and start looking for everyone. Picking them out of crowds or whoever shows up first and gathering them and introducing them and keeping to a very sober, to-the-point behavior in front of him out of respect.
Understood. Party, do you answer your companion's call?
If it's, I mean, yeah, if he's coming around and getting everyone, yeah, of course. Or even Rihanna
desire
would want to see that.
The desire to have a cheeky answer is strong, but yes, Isolde will answer the call when Logan picks her out of a crowd.
I think with getting everyone else, it'd be like very to the point, and with his sister, it'd be different. I think with her, some of that mask would fall, and she'd see in his eyes like the nervousness that he has, and share some of that in a brief look before he actually motions to her, as a kind of warning of a sorts.
Isolde can see how uneasy Logan is, and kind of puts on a more formal, practiced air as she heads over, very poised, chin up, change in her demeanor. Partially to sort of take it from here, as it were.
Do we have the name of the night written somewhere?
I can write it down for you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. This is Sir Selwyn, the speaker. He has come to speak to all of us.
Honor and a privilege to make your acquaintance, Sir Selwyn.
Sir Selwyn gives a nod to you as you approach and to your greeting.
And she does a very kind of formal, practiced bow.
We will locate the rest of our companions and have them here anon.
To that, he says nothing. He sort of shifts his attention back, sort of taking you both in now. It's hard to read anything with his visor still the way that it is, his helmet poised at you. But there's this sort of inspecting look, especially given that he said he knew your father, sort of taking you in a different light.
She's probably had felt this feeling before. And again, remains standing straight, dignified.
As a contrast to his sister, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so as a contrast to his sister, Logan, he get a flank of Logan as he's looking off towards the blacksmith shop. His mind hard at work, trying to remember if Rylan was there. And there's like sweat beading in his big pale face. Because he doesn't want to walk around in circles with him, obviously.
I think there would be enough of a draw that Rihanna would basically get, basically take Rylan out of the shop to see this procession of knights once enough of like the other guild members start emerging, because this draws the whole town's attention. It's not often, or rarely at all, that you see the banners of House Amrin, especially this far south from Lothram.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, the king's area is like halfway up the continent, isn't it?
Far beyond halfway.
Yeah, so they either got here magically or some other crazy shit has going on.
Well,
because like how else would they have gotten here so fast from so far, right?
so if Rylan is outside,
Well,
I think
if Ryland went outside and saw the banners of House Amrin, he would about face go back into the blacksmith shop, dump a bucket of water over his head, and like try to clean up and make himself as presentable as possible before getting his armor and weapons back on properly before coming out. Etiquette is very important.
indeed. Would you say he would have done this all through these intervening introductions?
Yeah.
So by now he'd be there?
I mean, if the introductions, I mean, how long would it take? Like, probably take him like what, 5-10 minutes to do all that shit?
Yeah, they came in, they got situated, he walked up to Logan, Logan shat his pants, talked to him. Then they went and found Izzy.
I think
Introduce her.
by the time Logan's done, like, started looking around, and that's when Ryland comes out looking pretty as fresh as one can without a proper bath, you know?
Okay. So I feel like Logan and Ryland like know each other enough that he wouldn't need to wave him over or motion at him. I think the moment they share a look, I think Logan would be able to convey to him like enough emotion to say he wants you here. This is serious.
The panicked look in Logan's eyes.
Yeah.
He obviously, well, you know, that the look on his face is enough, and Ryland just simply nods and placing his forearm over the hilt of the sword, not his hand, but it's just the casual drape, makes his way through the crowd and pauses by Zolda and Logan. Make sure we get Oliver and Bari.
Ryland.
Them to be present, and then, you know, straighten back up.
Of course. Sir Selwyn, this is Rylan Aldane. He is part of our party, and I am glad to say he's like a brother to me. Rylan, this is Sir Selwyn, the speaker, and he's come to address some things with us.
Nods and then bows appropriately in the appropriate depth for an actual knight from a squire.
So Selwyn gives you a nod. I've spoken to your father. He's pleased to hear of your success.
You've met him then.
I know of Aaron.
Is he well? Is he returning soon?
Of that we did not speak. Apologies.
Dracus's business is Dracus's business.
He gives another nod.
We are honored to receive the messenger of the king. How fares things at the capital?
A matter we can discuss here in a moment. I would rather all of your wayfaring companions be present.
Yes, let's fetch Oliver. Bari is a member of the town, a deputy of the constable, and she was instrumental in us accomplishing what we did.
He gives a nod.
And to that end of finding the other party members, Isolde would instruct Eden to get an eagle-eye view of the crowd so that we can try and find and pick out Bari and Oliver more quickly.
I think Logan would suggest that he's probably at Barry's house.
Would they have gotten drawn in with the crowd as well?
Bari, Oliver?
Bari was here watching with the crowd.
Perfect.
Oliver would have been a late arrival, having returned from the weather machine, but basically, while you guys were fetching, you could probably see the ears amongst the orcs. Right, to slip in to get sight, as he basically slips in between like the house and the constables.
The party reunites.
The party is made whole, and it is now that Sir Selwyn is able to take in each and every one of you. The bannerman behind him keeping this very stoic expression as Sir Selwyn's attention drifts between each of you. It's obvious whom he recognizes in so much as knowing Gerald and knowing Aaron, but looking at Oliver and looking at Bari, it's two individuals whom he doesn't know. First and foremost, on behalf of the king, I would like to offer thanks. It is not often that dark friends are captured and are allowed to face the king's justice. As such, on behalf of House Amrin, I am to give you a reward. He would turn to his bannerman, and the bannerman, sort of shifting in place, would reach down to a satchel on his belt and would pull it free. It rattles. He would then hand it out, and Sir Selwyn would take it and hold it forward. You will find within this satchel 3 hordes of fangs on behalf of the king, as well as a gift from the arbiters.
Rylan looks at the satchel first, and then up at Sir Selwyn. Wow. Being a knight hopeful is in serving the kingdom itself is reward enough. One must also think of their companions, so I humbly accept the generosity of the House Amrin.
You would gain 300 silver pieces and a furled up scroll. Rylan, you would smell the presence of magic.
I don't know. He just, rather than, he doesn't count it or anything, he just kind of puts it away, or he'll hand it off to Logan or, whatever, since he's got all the other money.
He'd accept the satchel. I think he would curiously eye the scroll, but sort of tuck it all away, and while everybody's standing there in this formal stance, he'd just put the satchel behind himself, stand at salute, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll save the scroll for afterwards then.
Unless you just want to tell us what it is. We will look at it, just trying to be formal and all that.
Logan looked it over, so...
Okay. As you would look at it, you would begin to recognize some lettering. This is a scroll of Revivify.
He definitely
Wishes.
saw those at the church, for sure.
This spell scroll contains a 3rd level spell, Revivify, allowing others to use the scroll to cast the spell regardless of level or class. Once used, the spell scroll crumbles to dust, destroying the scroll. It takes an action to read it. You get Revive when you cast this. The target regains hit points to bring his or her current hit point total up to their bloodied value if they're on death's door. If the target is dead, he or she revives, then regains hit points if cast within 1 minute after dying.
Yeah.
Say how many hit points they get.
Up to their bloodied value.
So, I feel like recognizing the edges of this very gilded paper, and with a very subdued sense of showmanship for everyone who's watching, I think Logan would unfurl it open, and this soft glow would emanate from its writing. Tiny specks of gold glitter like, right? As he shows it to everyone. Especially the party. And once everyone has seen it, spectators and party alike, he'll very ceremoniously spool it up and stash it. And he'll give his own bow to Sir Selwyn.
The path of wayfaring is a dangerous job, but one necessary for the expanse of Tyros, for us to reclaim the wilds, to expand order. Without you, we would be not more than small towns isolated. But you wayfarers, you will usher in our next future. And for that, you have our thanks.
As we said, it is an honor and our privilege. And he bows while kind of giving everyone else like the expectant, like, also bow. You know, look.
Oliver, it takes a bit to Oliver register your attempts to get him to bow as he is staring up at this knight with wide eyes. Because as far as he's concerned, this is straight out of like a hero's story.
We wait one more day for the presence of the headsman. Beforehand, I'll be speaking with Carlyle and deducing what I can of his deeds as a dark friend. If you have anything else you would like to pass on to us, now is the time to do so.
So we should meet privately in the constable's office. We can share what we know. Let's not trouble the town with dark tidings.
There's a sort of shift at that, sort of glancing around to the people who've been watching very earnestly. Very well. Lead on.
And I'll just point out that the participation and the assistance of the constable and the mayor here were invaluable. Lending us Bari was beyond generous and completely helped us complete our task.
To that, he says nothing.
Kind of more for the crowd than anyone else, but yeah.
Okay.
Diplomatic moves to praise the town once again.
We're making our way to the constabulary then.
Suppose so. Thank you for moving the token.
Once inside, you would be met with the rest of the procession, the other bannermen waiting outside as the that sort of heraldry continues to sway in the wind. Once they both are there, both bannermen are now outside. Stepping inside, you would meet the other entourage, either 8 plated individuals, currently 2 of them guarding this this massive sheathed blade. As well, you would see Denos, who has currently been talking to a number of the other knights that are present. But the moment that Sir Selwyn appears, as well as you, the wayfaring party, his attention is immediately drawn to you. Once inside, Sir Selwyn would sort of move to the rest of his entourage, sort of turning his attention back to you as the party. I would hear whatever pressing matters you have in regards to Carlisle.
The companions may be able to fill in some other details, but what I understand, he was in using dark magic to influence people's minds to get them to do things against their will. The constable has prisoners who were charmed by him after he had used his position and whatever malicious intent to dispose of the previous Dockmaster. Upon doing so, he took his place, began to set his machinations at work in interfering with the town's business, stealing artifacts from the ocean or others. The true extent of all of his deeds are perhaps unknown, but we have letters in our possession. The house that he resided in with its magically concealed apparatus and other tools of torture, and the man himself.
Sir Selwyn waits until you finish before making a gesture, sort of palm raised up and then out, as if waiting to receive the letters.
He will dig them out of pouch unless Logan has them, and then you can prompt Logan to do it.
Oh, you would have seen him already beginning to like scramble through his pockets and his satchel and everything.
Perfect.
And it actually takes him longer than it usually would in the hurry of trying to please this man. But eventually he'd hand over his letter.
You would watch him turn his attention down, reading through the letters, shuffling one, reading another, shuffling to the last, reading it. The remainder of the day will be spent with Carlisle and I. I will be gleaning what information I can from his mind as a dark friend. Any truths, any secrets he may seek to hide. But physical evidence like this is very much appreciated.
In the home itself, you will find, well, the aforementioned apparatus. It is inactive now, broken, but it may yet serve as more evidence of the lengths he wished to go to cover up any wrongdoing.
Indeed it shall. We'll glean what information we can from his home. I'll send a couple of my knights to investigate it, as well as bring the apparatus in question. Is there anything else?
Were you referring to the staff when we say apparatus?
No, this was the thing that is old broke in the house to
The-
dispel the
okay.
illusion.
The illusion
Please help.
thingy. But if you want to mention, if you want to bring up the staff, be more than welcome to do so. It's probably not a bad idea, in fact.
I'll tell you beforehand, party. If you give over the staff to the arbiters, you never get that staff back. Ever.
Oh.
That staff is gone.
I mean, that's exactly what Logan said. So
you have a choice. Either you keep the staff and attempt to cleanse it and thus make it your own, or you hand it over to the arbiters for them to dispose of.
Sorry. Yeah, let him take it.
I mean,
Not understanding magic items like that at all. Just, yeah, let him take the weird hand staff, dog.
Ryan would be fine with giving it over because it's all cursed and stuff. But that's
Yep.
So-
is
Logan would
Oh.
want to hand that fucker over too,
I-
dude.
I will let Oliver decide.
Yes.
Well, I was just about to ask you, because you, my lovely sorcerer, are the only one who could potentially benefit from this thing if it were cleansed.
How about this? Let's take a 30-minute break and you guys talk about it.
Oh.
All right.
Meet back 10 after. Actually, make it a quarter after.
Yeah.
I will post the staff as like to just show what it does again.
Izzy,
Uh,
it's made out of people. Please give it to the fucking knight, man. What are you doing? We'll get you something nice.
It's
We'll put a
made
crystal on it.
Cuddling a cat right now.
it's not made out of people; it's just made out of elves.
It's made out of elf
What?
hands. It's people.
Made out of
Elves is
Oh,
people? Question mark?
What the fuck? When did
They're
that become-
probably Caressian.
No, we'll give you like a really
Oh.
cool Jaina Proudmoore crystal, like blue crystal staff.
I mean, if they're Caressian elves, it's fine, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I'm just like, this doesn't benefit Oliver at all, unless like the stats completely change, because he doesn't use the focuses, and he's not a spellcaster. So you're technically our only spellcaster. So it's up to you.
Well, looks at Bari, but like, yeah.
It's gonna fuck us. It's gonna fuck us somehow.
Bari
will
would never
absolutely.
touch that thing.
Oh yeah.
She'd be like, it's got people on it.
Yeah. The secret ingredient is people, and I ain't about that.
You can be interesting in other ways. You don't need the fucked up,
She
cursed
saw what it
ass
did to
staff.
that dude.
Oh.
She's like, yo, no, dog.
Listen, you guys right now are arguing with Isolde, who is much more sensible a spellcaster than the ones you've been dealing with I've played before. Listen.
Look, okay, we're
Understood.
traumatized to Oberon. What do you want from us?
You're traumatized Oberon, who's like,
I mean, let's be fair. If this was Oberon, he'd have been like, shaboink, grabs that
Dude.
staff right away.
Did.
Dude, he'd be
Unplanned.
scratching his beard with the staff at this point.
yeah.
Like, so anyone who touches the staff inherits the curse, and Oberon's already scratching his back with it. Like, huh? Yeah, whatever. Give a fuck.
Fingers
What, it's
on the
cursed?
grasping staff is stroking
Yeah.
his beard as he considers.
Yeah.
What's another curse?
Well.
What a conundrum. Gee, well, I guess we should be on our way, guys. What about that? Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Likes curses like fucking trading card game.
What,
Yeah.
this? No, I always owned it. This is mine. It was in
was
the family.
always- This was always mine.
He had one curse, technically.
Right.
Forgot about the
Oh.
curse of life.
Oh my fuck.
I live another day and I'm gonna make it everyone's problem.
Oberon's motto in a
Wizard
nutshell.
POV.
Yeah.
All right. It sounds like basically everyone is in on just handing off the icky hand staff.
All right.
Like,
well,
on the one hand, I suspect it would be a better reward if we personally cleansed it. However,
I mean, I'm down for that too. It just, in the moment, if someone said, "Hey, give us everything that this horrible person has," then I was like,
however, I do agree that we should inform them of, if you kill this guy, this is what's going to happen, since like New Tyros
Oh.
actually cares about people's souls and whatnot.
"Oh, that's a good point. Killing him empowers the stick." Oh shit, that's true.
I think we should absolutely hand over the fucking evil staff with hands. By God, that's what drove him insane. It was the staff, right? Like, it's various personalities going into his psyche and like...
Potentially, in part, yeah.
I think he was
Yeah.
already a piece of shit, and it just kind of made it worse.
Yeah, and then he got like 11 other pieces of shit in his head, and they all came together.
Yeah, they just
And they brewed a
exacerbated-
shitstorm, yeah.
They exacerbated the
Oh
shit.
no,
the
it's an
shittiness.
echo chamber.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like being in an echo chamber full of shitheads. It's like,
Behold
But
my
also-
ancient staff. I call it WhatsApp.
someone downloaded. Someone downloaded TikTok into the staff. No wonder he's crazy.
Oh my God.
Now wait a minute.
Hold on. I will be right back.
I watch TikTok.
She's over here like laughing, and then she's personally attacked.
Oh.
But
It's
yeah,
no
I
longer
love-
funny.
I love how most of you are just personally traumatized by my last two characters. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no. Give it over. This is not the campaign.
Yeah, I don't know if Isolde is that kind of caster.
It's
Yet.
only a little curse. It's also a little itty bitty curse.
I
It's a little
personally-
tiny curse.
I'm not concerned about the curse. I just don't think any reward that this staff gives is worth the fancy knight with the massive cape realizing that we withheld evidence, like the really
I
obvious
mean,
evil staff.
yeah, that is also a very big thing. And
I
again,
feel like
I'm
that's
playing
a greater
Isolde.
curse than whatever the staff can give us.
Yeah, the guy with the giant
Is
fucking sword that takes like 2 guys to walk it in. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if I want to fuck with that guy and be like, yeah, no, man.
Wait,
Uh,
you think the headsman is gonna talk to you? That's funny. That's cute.
No, not talk, but like talk by way of taking my head off.
Yeah,
If we
yeah.
withhold
that's
it,
what
yeah.
Like somebody's gonna mention it, probably Sir Solon, and he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that you held that from us," and then you're gonna hear like the thumping of plate as like the fucking sword bearers all get like stiff over, like, "Oh fuck," and then he just withdraws
You
that fucking thing,
you just hear like the whoosh and then
and then they kill Logan because he gets in the way, and he's like, "No, my sister, dead," and then she comes next.
That's my dark friend origin story.
Oh no.
But no. I agree. Again, I am not a wizard. I say, holding my hands up. I am not a wizard.
He's
This
worse.
time,
Are you trying to convince us or yourself?
you guys.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
But you are right. If I was my wizard, I would be using it as a back scratcher right about now.
Like, do we keep the staff as he's fucking rubbing his jawline?
Yeah, the staff
I
is
don't
one
know.
of the hands coming out, rubbing his jaw.
Ooh, my hands are
Mm.
currently like rubbing his shoulders. Don't do it.
Another one's like tapping the side of his forehead. Should we, Overon? Should we?
The other one's
I don't
holding
know.
a teacup. One of them's petting the crow.
They're crawling around like within the limit of the staff, getting shit done.
Listen, there's so many more things I can do. Just to have a couple extra hands, you know?
They're pouring you a cup of tea because this is all just too much work. I love the idea of the hands just making themselves useful because they don't want to
just
get
doing
fucking
like
rid of.
mundane, tiny tasks.
Yeah.
One of them holds a cigarette when you're not. Brings it to your lips. Eh.
I mean, really, the greatest reward is finding any conceivable excuse to just toss whatever magic item Crown tries to give us.
I'm genuinely surprised. Like,
Why?
it's just a little curse. Just a little curse.
It's just
That's
a
not-
little. Your
Just
soul
a little
eternally
curse
damned.
that if you
Whether
die,
a
you get, like,
little
absor-
A
just a little absorbed into
doesn't
a
it?
hive mind.
Yeah,
You know.
My
just a
man-
little
my man
curse.
gave
you go
us-
get it cleansed, and now boom, now it's yours.
But it's evidence to you. That's the problem. I'm not concerned about what the funny hand staff can do. I'm concerned about what Sir Selwyn the speaker does when he realizes we withheld vital evidence.
So okay. So I understand where DM is
I-
coming from. Like he sees this depth of possibility down the fucking evil staff hand like storyline.
Oh yeah, I
But-
see it too.
Yes, but the conditions of the roleplay have gotten to a point where we're all good fucking boys, and we're gonna turn in the goddamn hand staff to the police.
Now wait, I might keep it.
No, you won't.
We roll up into the manor. Grayson's there with the staff. Hey guys.
I was just holding it.
a new hand has touched the beacon.
This thing's curse is literally like the One Ring, where it turns you into Gollum, and you're like, it's just a little curse.
You start yelling at the sky. Will you wake up your mind? No.
Very well.
And for this reason, as I do the like Toy Story thing, I don't want to play with you anymore, and I drop the staff.
Clatters on the ground.
It crawls away.
You don't got a friend in me.
Understood. Oh, I'm gonna go get some water then.
All right. He says with a clenched fist as once again a carefully constructed magic item is tossed into the fire.
I need another soda.
There we go.
I am back.
Welcome.
When I give the evil the chance to become more, because Tyros is all about second chances, yeah, I bounce Legion's head off the ground.
Yeah.
Did we guys give him a recap?
I haven't given a recap yet. Not much has really happened in the first hour.
Yeah, the first hour, nothing really happened. It was the party sort of concluding some of their days on what they wanted to finish task-wise.
Yeah.
Other than that, the biggest thing that's been happening so far is the party met the procession of knights from House Amron and Sir Selwyn the Speaker. Oh, I need food.
Hungry.
I am hungry.
Hungry.
Feed me, Seaboar.
No.
Maybe I'll scrounge around the kitchen. I'll look for something else because I already ate mac and cheese earlier.
little rat.
Like way earlier in the day, so I'm hungry again.
Uh-huh.
I need food.
I ate trash for breakfast, so yeah.
Nice.
That's
Or
it.
maybe Adam will cook rice tonight.
That might take a bit.
Mm.
Listen, I
Certainly.
already made my plead for or my devil's advocate defense for the magic item, but it is a good understanding now going forward that in situations like this, the party will give up the magic item instead of using it, which helps me and how I create magic items going forward. If the party's willing to give up the grasping staff, that means in the future I don't need to make like Danaroth the Blade of Demons and give it to
What?
the party because they're not going to use it.
Maybe the blade's misunderstood. And how scary is Danarath, the Blade of Demons, really?
Find out. You got to use it. It's just a little curse, guys. Come on. Put it in your hands.
I look at Carlisle. Yeah, nah, it's fine. I'm good. That's the secret, right? You got to give me a good role model of the for the weapon, right? It's obviously Carlisle's fault we didn't take it.
Of course. Would Grayson want to keep the staff? I don't know if the rogue would want the staff at all.
What would it do for her? Exactly.
I mean, I guess she would gain Chill Touch, rank 2. Basically it.
Worth.
To sell it, I would love to know who you're going to try and sell the grasping staff to.
Here in Elion? Yeah, man.
I can let you know right now. Fucking Mr. Carwell is not buying the grasping staff.
Maybe Fulton will buy it.
Maybe, yeah. Go ask him. You notice how it doesn't have a price on it, but all the other magic items you guys have been given have prices on them?
Nah, man, I didn't notice that at all.
That's weird. Your necklace has a price on it. That's crazy. You get sucked into the staff after they pass. It's like an
that's
avatar
crazy.
situation. All the past lives are right there for the wisdom. For wisdom, or it's like one for all for my hero.
Wisdom. Yup.
Wisdom. The fucking howling in your ears.
Kill them all, it says. Ah, what good wisdom. Shut up! Oh my god!
You're trying to sleep.
I slap the hand like it's an alarm clock. The evil of waking me up at 8 a.m. every morning on the dot. Dreaded curse.
Try 6:45.
Impossible.
And then you hit it again. Try 7.
Stop!
That's why it needs to be purified? I mean, yeah. If it's purified, people would buy it. They'd be like, oh my god, look at that thing.
Wow. If only it wasn't part of evidence to a murder. Love to purify it. If it wasn't for that minor detail.
Come on, you can withhold information from the police. Who's going to get pissed? Who's going to get upset?
Extremely minor
If they don't know, how can they be upset?
Yo, that is so true and real.
I know.
My other party members.
Whomstava?
The general audience, when after having given no like follow-up or warning, Oliver just decides to become a selfish asshole. It's not even good for me. Literally, Isolde's the only one here I think that would be tempted by that thing. Like, this is obviously Isolde coded. It gives her cold spells.
No,
I
it
got
doesn't
no leg
give
in this
chill
raid.
touch. It doesn't give chill touch, which is necrotic.
Yeah, but, you know, chill.
I squint.
It gives it a rank up.
It gives you rank 2 chill touch. And then gives you a bunch of benefits for cold and necrotic damage, which is what chill touch is.
Oh, it's a necrotic spell.
You worry too much.
Just touch it. Put your hands all over it. Lick it a little. I'm sure it's fine.
Such responsible young wayfarers. Truly admirable.
For now. Just means that you need more tempting items, obviously.
What the fuck is more tempting than a +2 that gives you free magic?
It's very tempting, I won't lie, but again, not the character.
You've changed.
Just make it a...
I don't even know who you are anymore.
Playing
Yeah.
a goody two shoes, my
Don't look at me.
guy.
Don't look at me. I don't even know who you are anymore.
Playing someone who's so good. Oh.
Actually vomit.
all my other characters like move in on the table. You can't sit here looking at Isolde.
Get out of here.
I don't know you. I don't want to know you.
I just saw a picture. I wonder how much the blade of Malekith goes for.
What?
There's like a life size, not life size, but like a pretty large scale, like the black blade that Malekith wields. from
Oh,
Elden Ring.
gee.
I saw that and I'm like, I wonder how much that goes for.
That's a great question. DM, how much is the Blade of Malekith in your world?
That's a fantastic question. Probably an obscene amount of money. You gotta remember, 4E magic items went up into the millions.
I see.
I return.
Welcome back. Is everybody back, in fact? Logan? Bari?
Oh, guys.
I am
see.
deceased.
Unfortunate.
I knew I should have added 10 more minutes.
If you had added 10 more minutes, they'd be 10 minutes late still.
Adding more time isn't going to fix that problem.
Yep.
$5,000?
Actual dollars, not even gold.
5,000 USD. Sent directly to my PayPal. I then immediately get contacted by the IRS.
Drake has to send it to you in $500 installments over the period of 25 days.
Ah, I see.
Delightful.
Logan, Barry.
I don't know where they are.
Replica of Melania's sword just sold for $3,000. I see.
Yeah, that's within my price range.
Welcome back. Hello. We'll chat. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask them by highlighting your questions with your channel points.
Yeah, we like questions.
Yeah, I love the questions.
Would cast catapult on Isolde? Why? Also, have you seen the size of Isolde?
Death.
She's still like a 7-foot woman.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Legion. It's to hide my the malice and rage.
What?
You know, bear things.
Oh.
Fair things.
Just bear things.
I purposefully lure people close to my players, and then much like a much like a grizzly bear mother, I horrifically maul you for getting too close.
Oh. Yeah, look at all my friends with their cute little guys. Yeah, come on.
That's messed up, man.
Just
Why would you
normal
do that?
DM things. Thanks.
Just DM things. These are my blorbos. You can't have them. She just gets a little territorial. That's all.
Okay.
Huh?
We have a similar Aperon situation with the Solde.
I don't know if she would necessarily turn herself into a giant monkey, but I'm not saying no to things that are similar.
Huh?
I'm just saying, if there are other appropriate creatures for polymorph that I can turn into that are maybe not a giant monkey, that would fit Isolde.
A dragon?
I mean, she would love to turn into a dragon, but you can't do that for the purpose of polymorph.
Why
Ugh.
not?
Base polymorph has a creature restriction, but true polymorph does not.
When do you get that?
No, don't worry about it. True polymorph is like an 8th or 9th level spell.
When do you get that?
You will literally never see it ever.
If I ever get a 9th level spell at level 17.
Now that's a cursed weapon.
Oh.
Opter.
I'm sad to announce that our ice maker is not making ice.
Oh,
And I don't know why. I just tried to fix it. I
Oh,
don't know what's wrong, dog.
delightful. That's great. That's great news. The world's falling apart, piece by piece.
That is the end of things. No ice, no life.
No fucking way. I hit the wrong button. It just wiped chat.
Dumb.
Oh my god.
they're gone.
Well,
You
that's
killed them, DM.
fucking awesome. Neat. Well, start chatting again.
Get chatting.
Get chatting. Sorry about that, guys. For VOD watchers who are reading that, apologies.
Yeah, they can just go back.
All right. With everybody back. Has the party come to a conclusion about what to do with the grasping staff? And are we mentioning it in character?
I think we should.
Yeah.
I'm getting the sensation that we are taking the funny staff and sacrificing it for the greater good.
Yeah.
Or at least the authorities.
Understood.
Whatever greater good that actually means.
I think
Indeed.
we would also just let them know that, what we found out about the staff, that his soul could join the collective.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they'll be able to deduce that Carlisle was innocent and the staff corrupted him or something. It's unlikely.
Or just give him a different punishment. I don't know.
We're not waiting for the headsman. Get him.
Kill him.
We show up with the staff. Carlisle's head's already off. Oh hey.
Oh.
Yeah, we were quick. I got places to be.
Sorry, you missed the show.
But yeah, I think we're handing the staff over. Also, it's evidence. It's we're a
lot
bunch
of things.
two shoes.
Indeed. Oliver would clear his throat. We have the accused's weapon as well. A cursed
most decidedly cursed.
Very well. Do you have it with you?
I'll have to fetch it from the manor.
Please do so.
Kind of gives like a look to his mates, then back, and then would scatter to go fetch the staff.
Logan goes with him.
Somebody go with him, but perfect. Perfect.
Okay. Any conversations, anything like that along the way?
No, I think they would, at least from Logan's part, he'd approach the walk rather dogged-like, with grim purpose, and try to get there as fast as possible. In fact, usually Logan is very light-hearted around Oliver, trying to be enthusiastic to some degree. All that is gone. He's donned a very soldierly mask, and he is addressing this very responsibly.
I don't think Oliver's really chatty at the moment.
No
Understood.
conversations, DM. We're just going.
Skip that one.
After several moments, being greeted by Emma, guided to your rooms, gathering the staff, and then returning. Is there anything that the party who remained would have brought up or asked?
Sorry, what?
For those of you that remained, is there anything else that you'd have talked about or done while waiting for your companions?
I'd just wait for the staff to get here before potentially talking more about it.
But other things, I think Rylan would just kind of go over details of stuff they found out. Especially, like, if the guy is intending to go in there and mess around with the dude, that his powers are not normal. They're a bit mind control-y. Please be careful. All that good stuff.
Okay.
But they're just a little dominating.
After several moments, your companions would return with the grasping staff, I imagine being held aloft.
Floated.
Sir Selwyn's head turns to look at this magic item, sort of taking it in. He would nod and then would hold out his hand as if expecting you to float it into it.
Careful, it will leave a stain if you hold it for too long.
He nods.
After giving the warning, he would hand it over. As he does so, as the staff floats gently into his hand, Oliver would try to sort of elaborate. We gave it to a man here by the name of Taste to give a thorough study of it. Experienced with magic as he is. It seems to have some an agenda of its own, with the ability to choose its preferred wielder, and if found wanting, can have dire consequences.
And have any of you and your companions wielded this staff?
No.
Touched, yes. Wielded, no.
Touched very not so much, though, right? I don't think anyone's activated it, as far as I can tell.
Only for the purposes of identification. And it rejected Oliver.
He would turn, gesturing to one of the entourage, who would begin pulling this sort of white, like satin cloth from a bag on their hip, which they would hold it out and he would lower the staff into it, and that knight would begin to wrap and bind the staff to ensure that nobody else sort of touches it or are left with that residue that Sir Selwyn would look at on his palm, sort of pushing his thumb through it and sort of rubbing from finger. I appreciate you bringing this forward.
Oliver gives a hearty nod. Our original plan was to attempt to purify it in some way, or at the very least return the bones to wherever they came from. Though that seems difficult, given we have no idea where the staff was made.
I'll speak with Lady Juliana when she arrives. We'll discuss matters of what to do with the staff after Carlyle has been paid what he is owed.
Who is Lady Juliana?
You have no idea.
All right.
More than likely, we'll return the bones. I imagine we'll head to Eleanor. Start there. But I appreciate you all the same for bringing this to us. Anything else on this matter before I begin questioning Carlyle?
See Oliver rub his chin and look to the others.
Have we told him about the sow thing?
The what thing?
Sow thing.
You mean with the staff?
She kind of blinks at him.
I think
Yeah.
that's what Barry meant. There's there could be a complication following through with the headsman's plan. Though it is not our decision on whether or not it goes through. Simply something to caution you. We were advised that the staff has a curse upon it. That whomever wields it and binds their soul to it, upon their demise would become one with the staff, at least in part. Purifying or destroying the staff could release the poor souls within.
He nods.
We just wanted to make you aware of that.
That you have. I'm appreciative of it. Any other information?
There's one last thing. Logan reaches into his pack. To the very bottom, from its dredges, pulls up a long leather sheath, which is used for the surgical tools that he had. And he'll hold them across for him.
He would take them and sort of pull the tools to himself. He would unfurl it slightly and recognize some of the instruments before looking up for an explanation.
These were found in the hidden basement of his home. He had something of a torture chamber. Tools meant for mending and healing. Used them for torture instead. I don't know who he took them. I just know they were there.
All of this evidence will be useful. I appreciate you handing it over to us. He would turn.
I hope
handing
their
it to
owner
the
is
knight.
found.
He would pause. More than likely, they belong to Carlyle already.
That seems to hit Logan the hardest. As though he couldn't fathom him possessing such role and responsibility and then skewing it. And he sort of, on a almost physical level, diminishes, sort of takes back a step, slumping a little bit.
He says nothing more, though there is this sort of weighted stare that he gives. Perhaps sympathy, perhaps understanding. It's impossible to tell with his helmet still on, but he would hand over the kit to the other knight. I intend to glean what information I can before the headsman's arrival. Until then, if you have need of me, you may speak to any of the others of my entourage. They'll pass on word. Otherwise, I must begin my task as speaker. You would watch him turn, making his way towards the door where Denos would be waiting to pull it open into the cells. And it's here that you would watch as he begin to pull off his gloves, sort of tugging at the fingers until they are off fully, and sort of lacing them into his belt. And then he would begin to undo his helmet as he would walk through the door. Denos would follow, closing it.
Closing it in front of him or behind them?
Behind. He is going with Sir Selwyn.
Well, as he leaves the room, Logan breathes out a sigh of, I suppose, relief? But it's hard-pressed. And he'll look over the rest.
I don't think Isolde has quite eased up just yet, at least in the presence of the entourage. So, just kind of holding our jaw steeled.
We're not going to accomplish anything being here.
No,
Let's get back to what we were doing, and if they'll need us, they'll summon us.
Are the two knights with the huge sword in here?
Yes, they are. They are in the back
Big
of
as-
the entourage.
Gotcha. How big is the sword?
It is perhaps a little bit larger than Logan's greatsword. Though it is this sheath that it is in, this massive scabbard that is decorated from tip to end. You would see almost immediately upon looking at it the presence of a sort of splayed or wings stretched out dragon from one head near the edge where the crossguard is, where its tail would meet the bottom.
As Logan sort of nudges people out the door, Oliver would be tailing and ogling the weapon as they pass by. He'd pipe up, Logan, do you think you could wield something like that?
That sword?
It's about the same size as your greatsword. It would make I bet it's a mighty fine weapon.
That sword is cursed, Oliver.
He kind of blinks. How could it be cursed? I mean, look at it. He gestures to the very intricate scabbard.
Every sword is a curse, Oliver. But that one's the greatest curse of all. It's meant for killing alone. That kind of responsibility I would never want to wield.
Oh. Wow.
He gives another look towards the weapon. A little downcast this time. I see.
If I ever had to, I would wield it with honor. But if you mean practically, maybe. Very big.
I mean, so are you.
He has nothing to say to that. He's sort of, yeah.
Fair enough, man.
You're right.
You ain't wrong.
Okay, party. Is there anything else we are doing on the 27th of Hearthlight while Sir Selwyn, the speaker, begins his very thorough investigation into Carlisle Delwyn?
I don't think I have anything planned for the rather somber rest of the day.
Can we watch?
No.
What the fuck?
Trust me. Logan wanted to fucking be there, but he got every sign that we wouldn't be allowed.
You're not allowed to go.
I got nothing other than hanging out at the inn to sort of let the ambience of what the gravitas of the procession sort of slide away.
I think Logan at this point would seek out a moment of peace, and he would, like, having found some kind of alone spot out by the docks where he could just sit and look to the ocean and let the day go by instead. What's left of it, at least.
A very somber note to end on then. Oliver, can you roll me an interface check for your earlier interaction with the Stormbringer?
Maybe.
Okay. You would learn the full intricacies of this machine. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for to learn?
Well, this machine has been used as for the weather, but is there like a greater purpose? Like, are there other uses for this machine beyond just making it rain?
The purpose of the machine itself is that, which you would know now, is that it is part of a relay. This machine would generate basically storms, and the currents that would form, as well as the electricity via lightning and the like, would be harvested more or less by other machines along the beach to generate power. Without that, it just generates storms. So perhaps if you found some other of the relays that were along the beach, if any remain, you might be able to overcharge it, which you have seen before, which is how it sort of conjures the storms, is by shooting out that energy into the sky. Perhaps that can be used in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, so this thing makes storms. Some other machines harvest the lightning, basically.
Correct.
Understood.
They use basically every facet of a storm that they can.
And this machine would basically be step one of whatever process is out there.
Indeed. You would basically recognize this being the largest component of the relay. Without this, the rest of the relay basically falls apart.
With a 24, is there any indication where the other relays might be from this machine?
High or low?
Hi.
Okay. You would very quickly realize as you are playing with this machine, sort of interfacing with it, recognizing the sort of the true purpose of this Archotech. You would conduct a scan, basically searching for other relays that are attached to this machine, and you would learn that at some point, perhaps in the last 2 centuries, the other relays had gone offline.
Okay. But there's like a map that pinpoints where these offline relays might be.
Mm. Not here. You would realize pretty quickly that you would need something else that could display more relevant information. A larger screen, perhaps. Or finding out where this power was being taken. From there, you might be able to find the other relays.
Gotcha. And the machine doesn't pinpoint where the power went.
It does not.
Okay. Hmm. Well, other than that, other than like its greater purpose. Oh,
Roll me another interface check, actually. Because you rolled a 24. It's not. It does give you a general direction of where the true host of the sort of power would be, or where it would have been taken. And it would point you northwest. It doesn't give you a direct sort of pinpoint or anything like that, but it would tell you in sort of very, very wide mileage where you would need to go.
I see. No, like, traveled northwest this many meters, just northwest-ish.
Northwest, northwest, roughly, northwest, roughly within a 100-mile radius of this place.
Oh, that's all? Well, we basically know where it is. Max. Guys, I found a side quest. I can't really think of anything else to learn from this machine other than like just finding stuff that we had no idea to even look for.
Ways to use it against the thing is the only thing I could think of, or like disable it, or not the galleon, not the machine, stuff like that.
Ways to disable the galleon, you mean?
Yeah, like if it can absorb its lightning or something cool like that.
Oh, yeah, you know, on it, maybe. Because, like, we already knew that the galleon was immune to lightning and thunder. or at least lightning, and this thing produces lightning, so I had kind of written it off as being used as a weapon. But
Maybe it can be used defensively, yeah. Can absorb a lightning, like a lightning rod kind of thing, and make its lightning attacks impotent or something.
maybe, this thing produces the thunder, but GM's already said that other machines absorb the power. But are there any safety features on this thing, like tertiary electronics that would like help contain a storm to keep it from going out of control?
Well, you have seen already that it was basically ready to just spit out a hurricane.
Right. But that was admittedly after Carlisle was beat bopping away, so maybe
True.
he like
I think you would have to be in the moment to see what this thing has the capacity of containing or not.
Oh. I see, understood. Have to wait for the dramatic point.
You know it, baby. Give me one moment, I'll be right back. Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do today?
Beyond that, after that, and after this little procession, I don't think Oliver has much to do. He probably spent it being lunchtime. He'd probably get food at the izakaya, and anyone joined him, he'd sort of prattle on about what he found about regarding the weather machine.
Maybe if it's lunchtime and he has a break from if they have a guild mandated lunch break, maybe Rylan can join Oliver. They haven't gotten a chance to really hang out much, so
Certainly.
if he sees him sitting there, he'll join him.
Yeah, likewise. And then I think afterwards, Isolde would just go back to the manor and just sort of have a moment of quiet as well. Maybe hang around the gardens, or if they have anything to read, just keep her mind a little bit off of the somber moment.
Okay. If there's nothing else to do, we can move forward to the next day, to the arrival of the headsman.
Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing else going on, sure. Unless anyone else wants anything, I'm good to move on.
I do believe it is time. Watch Carlisle's head go plop.
Boop.
Kill the witch.
Kill him.
Understood. So we'll move forward to the 28th, where a number of things happen.
Uh-oh.
Firstly, all of you, as you would wake up, would basically be kept within the manor. You would, at the request of Barash and Emma, as to not wander off. given the importance of today.
Dang it.
Yeah, you're not going to your girlfriend's.
You would be treated to breakfast. And it is a very quiet set of moments that happen. Eventually, you would be guided out by Emma to wait along the road, where you would finally see them. A lone knight, sort of very quietly trotting through the streets. They are clad in very similar regalia to that of Sir Selwyn. Except you would see where Sir Selwyn's helmet had been, here it is replaced almost with a skull-like visage. This is the entity you would see approaching the constabulary.
Holy shit.
Well, that's not messed up or anything.
Why is it not loading for me? Oh, I think my founder crashed. Alright. Reload that.
Here are a bunch of 20-somethings ready to watch man's head roll.
Yeah, man.
DM, would you be so kind?
To share it again.
Yes. Oh, jeez. Fuck.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
I mean,
God.
of course.
Oh,
I mean, of
fuck.
course.
They walk with purpose and do not look at anybody during their walk. They do not stop, even when hailed. They continue to walk until they arrive to the constabulary. It would be a short time after that, maybe no more than 30 minutes, before two figures catch your attention along the road. Perhaps tailing the headsman, though judging by their demeanor and their familiar appearances, definitely not the case. The tallest amongst them is an older gentleman. Gray hair swept back somewhat, with a very sort of rugged beard that clings to their chin, their face marred with scars. You would see a cloak swept over their shoulders, hanging low, a familiar dark green. You would note the familiar stride of this individual as they shift and move, one arm swinging, the other not. At their side, a pale-skinned woman, black hair pushed in front of their face with a hood up. This is Reynold and Grayson.
Oh.
Grayson, after your encounter back at home in Elion's Tier, when your father spotted something strange, it was a quick and sudden motion from the former Slayer, exercising whatever this thing was that had caught his attention. A sense of urgency had formed, a discussion between you and your father of what really had transpired, of what really waits and lurks in the darkness, searching for you. And an agreement was met. It's now that you arrive here to be returned to your friends. And it's Reynold who catches his attention to you, Logan. as they begin to approach.
I think Logan would have been sort of ensorcelled by the view, the headsman, for quite a bit, that it actually takes him a while to realize their approach. And even more so to discern who is the actual set of faces, the hoods, even before their lord.
It would be basically as they descend upon you.
Oh, yeah, okay. He'd have his hand by his sword, actually.
That Reynold speaks up. We need to have a talk. Now.
Alright, so Logan has heard his fair share of, like, gravel-throated voices in his lifetime, but this one is, like, very particular. So he immediately lets go of the sword and gives a very crisp and quick nod.
Being guided away, he would gesture for the rest of the wayfarers to follow.
Dragged by the ankles into some lonely hole.
Indeed, sort of tucked away behind a building. Grayson, what is your demeanor being reunited with your allies?
She looked tired. But not in the same tired as they found her, but more of I'm mentally tired. And she has the expression of, oh God, what is happening? Like, what are we gonna do?
Having pulled the party away, if everybody was willing to follow, Reynold would greet all of you as warmly as the retired slayer can.
What warmth he lacks, Logan makes up for with enthusiasm. The moment he realizes that it's Grayson and that it's him and they're finally, like, in private, he releases this sigh of relief. Oh, I'm so glad to see you both. Gods, we got some, I suppose not dire news, but very foreboding ones. Told us you were gone. From the town, I mean.
How'd you find that out?
We sent a message from Duskbrand's associate over to Duskbrand himself.
Is his idea.
Yes, well, we needed to get a message there quickly, but you had already left. Or
And what's the
rather,
message?
he said you were... There were 2 men coming. They were dangerous. They were looking for... And her eyes kind of drift over to Grayson.
He grimaces and shares or looks to Grayson.
What did they look like?
They introduced themselves by the names Marshall and Kane, and...
There's an immediate, like, almost loss of breath for Grayson.
You would recognize Grayson. Marshall is your handler.
And Isolde would have paused for a moment, but then launched into the explanation of the 2 men. The one who seemed affable, and the other one who was stone-faced, and by Ryland's estimation seemed well practiced with a blade.
Grayson.
They have a ship.
Hold on. Grayson, you would know better than anyone with your time among the crew that Kane is not alive. Continue, Logan.
He just said they have a ship.
Here.
I think so. They mentioned something about a shipping company that they belong to.
So they came in.
There's like a reactiveness. Kind of like a dog in Grayson as she pulls like her hood further in front of her face.
Oh, it was a guild, the Turnorth Guild. I don't know if the boat is moored here proper or if they'd come on a smaller vessel, but we didn't investigate that. They were on their way north, which is why we sent the sending.
We didn't come across any others on the way north. It was just us on the road.
Chances are they're still looking around here. Why are you here? Why did you come here?
She's being scryed on. To some degree. Lighthearted only briefly.
Then shouldn't you stay at home?
I very much agreed. But she says even there, they'll get her.
Can't protect her the chance that we have.
I don't imagine you're staying long. You're gonna be wayfarers still. Moving on, exploring.
Hopefully.
This is what I need. If she's with you, you have the whole of the town, as well as you lot. I'm going to go back to Elion with the supplies for the manticore poison. Make it, and then return. And then deal with whatever this is.
We'll keep her safe. And when you come back, Reynolds, you just give the word, we'll go talk to them. Solve this. Settle this messy score.
There's a nod. I won't hold you for long. Just give me the supplies and I'll be on my way. It's now, party, that dawning realization strikes you. None of you got the supplies for the manticore poison.
Oh,
Smile.
we've been busy with things here.
But they also have the things for the manticore poison supposedly here, so I guess we could go get them. Theoretically.
Rylan very scintillatingly tells that to our Slayer.
No, I'm just thinking out loud. It's like that, or we have to go to the druid.
What manticore?
We did just get a bunch of money.
True.
did.
We're rich.
I have
Really blew it all in
516 silver, by the way. I think that's the most money I've ever had in a D&D game.
No, we've had a lot more, and what's it?
SOE, yeah, but I never held it.
It's true.
I wasn't allowed near the money.
Oh, yeah. Because you were a klepto?
Yeah.
Also,
Oh, my
to
hands.
the party, Grayson has color in her cheeks and her nose, and even her eyes seem brighter again, as if she's had food and nourishment.
Oh my god, she's drunk.
Quick, get her in bed. You're sick.
She stole my concealer. Fuck.
What the fuck?
My goodness.
Good to see
It
her
is
healthy,
slightly
though.
apparent that her makeup also is a choice now, rather than a circumstance.
Rather than an unfortunate situation.
All right, but like,
Makes the mascara run.
gotta ask what we're all thinking. Did she cook for us, and where is the food?
Damn, roasted.
There was a promise. Where are the cookies?
All right, so back to IC, everyone. When he poses the question, Logan is slightly taken aback, and this momentary state of alarm where he looks to the rest of the party, but sort of takes it upon himself to explain. We haven't had the time. We don't have them. It's just that since we set foot here, there's been this levy of issues that haven't stopped.
We've encountered and dealt with a dark friend.
Dallas. Explains the headsman.
She nods.
He almost looks sort of sad. Sort of looking at all of you. Not a look of disappointment, but just that
You
this
get
is what your
sad,
wayfaring had brought to you. And not
Yeah.
wonder and enjoyment, but dark
Public
friends
execution.
and arbiters.
Yeah, you like lost youth. You kind of look like, oh, fuck.
Go, man.
There go the kids.
The children.
And there are still problems here to deal with. However, we know people in town and around town. I'm sure we could gather the supplies after.
It'll be all right. I have connections here in the Spear. I'll speak to the wisdom. If you're
Wait.
able...
At least let us pay for it.
I was going to make you pay.
Between
All right.
the wisdom and bear friend in the woods, I imagine we can get anything you need.
He doesn't seem surprised at all at the mention of a bear.
Yeah, I mean, why, right? Why would he be? Bears are cool, right?
How many fangs do you have on you?
500. 5 words and a little bit.
His head sort of shirks back a little bit.
Like, okay.
I have an additional 2 on me.
They pay well in the Spear.
That's from the king, my friend.
The arbiter spoke to you.
Did. Not sure if you recognize the name, but it is Sir Selwyn, the speaker.
There's a look of recognition on his face. But that your fathers were here.
What did he say?
Would
Him?
that your fathers were here.
Oh, yeah, he mentioned them. He gave me this stale look. I couldn't tell he had his helmet, but I felt recognized almost.
You're probably too young. Sir Selwyn is a friend of your father.
Is he a friend of you?
We know of each other.
Fair enough. So how much will it be? All of it?
Give me 150. I can make it work.
Logan
Haggling
will Logan will roll persuasion to try to bring him down to
What the
120
fuck are you
I
doing?
I tap Logan in the sack. What the fuck?
in the sack. What?
Oh my
Madam.
Actually, that's Ryland's job. Sorry.
What the fuck? Anyway,
He'd beat that
Logan
guy.
will. He'll grab the royal pouch that he was given, and he'll bring out the nominations one by one, and eventually give him 150 coins, which is a lot of fucking coins, by the way.
It's a lot.
150 coins, a lot
It's
of
a lot
coins.
of money.
Yep.
Count them now.
He'd have to put them in his own, like an own little pouch. But you can definitely tell that he traveled light. You would see, as he moves his hand or his arm, you would see like 2 sheath blades on his hip.
2 blades.
And then he would grab his own satchel and take the money. Go ahead and
He
mark
doesn't-
off 150 silver.
He doesn't need. I already did. He doesn't need 2 fucking swords. He has 1 hand. What the fuck is he? What's up with that, huh? DM? Can I roll insight on that?
That's a
What's up with
great
that?
question. Kellen, you would smell the presence of magic.
Kellen.
Sorry, God.
I also smell magic.
You would. Well, you would already be familiar with it.
I am very,
Smells
very.
You would
bad.
actually know how his swords work.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Also, Rylan is in the bathroom right now.
Did he say he was going to the bathroom?
Yes.
This dumb
did.
bitch.
So he didn't hear you. He didn't hear you call him Kellen. You're safe.
I just yelled at him through the wall.
You're safe.
He just beat him.
We heard it. Oh my god.
Yep.
You could roll me a history check instead of insight.
Sure. I have that. I don't have that.
Oh. Oh. Perhaps at some point during one of the militia patrols or during a friendly bout of sparring with your father at some point, you'd have seen how Reynold fought. Reynold fights with 2 blades. He wields a blade in one hand that he fights with. The other blade is a dancing blade. It floats on its own and fights for him.
Very well.
Oh, that's my dad.
We do not openly question it.
That's cheating.
It's not. It's a magic item.
That's magic items are cheating.
It's a dancing
Yeah.
longsword.
That's a really cheeky gift. Like, ooh, sorry, they fucking cut off your arm, bro. But anyway, here you go. Go back to fighting.
All right. I guess we'll wait for Rylan real quick, in case he had anything he wanted to say before Reynold skedaddles.
Where's he going?
You going home?
Why is he leaving us his goddaughter?
Goddaughter. What?
God. God. Why is he leaving behind the goth daughter?
Reynold explained it in so much as because you're wayfarers, you're not going to stay in one place, at least to his knowledge.
No, I understood that. I'm just fucking with Grayson.
Why are you here?
Yeah.
God. Just go die.
She turns herself in.
I mean, Marshall's probably like
Oh,
right up the
Marshall.
street, so
Turn
Hey.
around. We got her, Marshall.
Hey, we found your stray. Drag her by the fucking elbow out into the street.
money,
How
please.
much? How much?
Okay.
Give me that
Holding
bounty.
hand, pointing in palm.
Only I could see the future to know when I was going to be put on the spot like that.
Distraught.
Give me that bounty.
Questions for Reynold? Man, I sure would like to know where he gets dancing weapons like that, because I want a dancing shield.
He just robbed us, by the way, of 150.
I heard that. I have my headset on.
Yeah. He ran a
Rob.
fucking scam on us. Yeah,
Yeah.
just now.
Yep, running a ploy. I think the only thing
Make it
Rylan would
250.
have. Yeah. I don't think the only thing Rylan would have question wise for him would just be like, tell us what's going on in Elions and everything. What's going on in the tier? Give us the news. That
How
kind of
is
stuff.
my mother?
They're preparing for the festival,
He
just
knows
as they
better than
always
I.
do this
Right.
month. I don't expect they'll be seeing you for Falls Reaping.
Party.
Yeah.
You've just seen in live action Logan's heart break.
Oh no! I think Isolde immediately puts like her hand to her brother's arm, like they're there.
The weight of responsibility now more than ever reaches him at the idea of missing the festival.
You have basically a week to finish up all of your business here to be able to make it back in time to Eliond for the Falls Reaping Festival.
No, they're fucked. They're fucked because they're doing the galleon thing, and then they're going into the other thing. No.
I mean, could wait to do the galleon.
So wait. Grayson?
Yeah. I said you could wait to do the galleon.
No, we gotta do it with the festival here. It's not like we can't skip on one festival to not,
Well, if you do it on the 30th, you'll still have 5 days to finish up the rest of your business here in the Spear before making your way back.
Sprinting back full force.
We march through the night.
Yeah, those would be
point of exhaustion.
get there with like 5 of exhaustion on everyone.
Yeah, we show up at midnight when the festival's starting. Everyone passes out. Wake up the next morning.
Remember, it's a week-long festival, so it starts slow.
Oh shit. Yo, same.
Okay.
Reynold would take the money, give you all an appreciative look, sort of patting everybody's shoulder, and then would eventually turn to Grayson, sort of needing to kneel down somewhat, and pulling you into a hug and holding you very tightly.
I think she would whisper to him, I'm sorry, and hug him back.
Don't apologize. We'll get this settled, one way or another. Sort of finally letting go after several long moments. He would push himself up to stand again. Give a nod to
Before
Logan.
he left, she would warn him, if you see them on the road, there was always a rumor around the ship that she'd like kind of flit her eyes to the like her companions and then back to her dad that Cain wasn't among the living.
His brow raises.
Don't push him.
I understand. He looks back to Logan. Keep her safe.
With my life, sir.
With that, he turns. The sort of flutter of the cloak as he begins to march his way back to the street and up towards the wisdom. Returning to the party, one Grayson.
Wow.
Well, as he leaves and Logan watches him,
He's my hero.
He'll eventually reach up to take Grayson by the shoulder and pull her into a hug as well. Welcome back to us.
Thanks. You're crushing me.
Sorry.
As he let goes, a cat body crashes into you.
Well, everyone, Grayson's back. Look at that. Did any of you doubt it?
Yes, he says excitedly. Oliver would release the Grayson, probably with a somewhat bruised shoulder. It's good to have you here. You've missed so much. God, you haven't even seen the galleon yet, or Shadra, or met the orcs. This place is... Transphere's... It's been really busy here lately.
Especially for Oliver. He's got a girlfriend.
See his face fucking drain of blood. What?
I haven't seen him in 3 days.
That's not true. We've met. It's not my fault you drank.
What's her name again? Say it, Oliver. What's her name?
No.
So anyway, other than that, we've dealt with a dark friend. We've also solved some issues around town. The constable is a great man. The mayor is very agreeable as well. Welcome to the party.
Grayson's still stuck on the, huh? He has a girlfriend?
Haha.
That's not important right now.
She's a half orc too.
She is gorgeous. Right, Oliver?
He does not respond. And he grouches.
Party, as you all are having this conversation, the air shifts again.
Oh, fuck.
An oppressive feeling as you begin to hear the presence of armor.
What's that?
We'll see you guys are over here. You would see the procession of knights again. The banners of House Amron. You would see the headsman at the forefront of this entourage, followed very closely by Sir Selwyn, who is leading Carlisle. It's now that people begin to emerge from their homes. It's now that people begin to peer through windows, and they begin to follow the entourage. What are you doing, party?
Is that the dark friend?
It's him.
Oliver is still silent, but you can see the shift of his body goes from embarrassed to shrinking for a different reason as he sees Carlisle again.
We should step out there. Be front row. Come on, let's go before he gets packed.
Grayson starts, she'll wrap her cloak and pull her hood down, and as she moves off of whatever she was sitting on, it's it's like if something underneath her cloak is clinking together. Then she's
Oops,
a
all knives.
quiet stepper.
I think, having promised her father, Logan would keep her within arm's reach at all time.
Understood. You would follow the procession as they make their way to the shrine. Leading Carlisle through the Torii gates, you would find Barash and Denos both already waiting at the shrine, with a number of shrine keepers stood behind them. You would watch as the headsman sort of turns, stopping at this sort of center pavilion. You would see Sir Selwyn and the other knights approaching, leading Carlisle around. You would see that 2 of the knights still hold the blade, while the 2 others hold what appear to be this very sort of wide-mounted metallic slab, sort of holding it by handles on the side. You would see it has a strange sort of grooved top that appears to be of a different material from the rest of the metal and wood that makes this up. You would see them very gently set it down onto the ground. And then you would watch as Sir Selwyn begins to move and place Carlisle. Again, no force or anything, but would very gently lower him down to his knees and then would place his head there along this slab. Where is the party currently as this is transpiring?
Well, as Logan made clear, he said that they should be at the front. So he would have waited to the front. Would you guys have followed?
When you say the front, do you mean like front of the crowd?
Front of the crowd, yes. Not outside of the crowd, but like within view, you know. We
Mhm.
probably stand out as the undesirables, right? You know, like...
Yeah, I think Oliver. I think being at the front of the crowd makes sense.
You would see Carlisle looks just as ragged as he had been, though a little cleaned up, perhaps. Hair still these black, sort of stringy mess that has been sort of pushed back and sort of left to sweep over one side of the slab so that his neck is exposed. He doesn't look at anybody. His eyes are closed. His brows partially furrowed. You would watch now as the headsman turns, shifting on a heel, and as they do, the 2 knights holding the blade would move in unison, now turning to lift the handle of the blade up. You would watch as they reach a hand across, grabbing it, and begin to pull this massive gleaming blade from this scabbard. Does anybody here speak Draconic?
Howdy.
Yeah.
I should ask, who doesn't speak Draconic?
So,
I don't think I do know.
I'm going to talk to dragons.
Actually, I do speak Draconic. Holy shit.
I
Fuck
do
that
not.
happened.
I speak
No.
to cats.
I'm a giant man.
Does he say anything in cat?
Nope. Nothing in cat, I'm afraid. Okay.
Dang it.
For those of you that can read Draconic, you would read the inscription written upon the blade. It says, "When I raise this sword, so I wish that this poor sinner will receive eternal life." And as they pull the blade entirely free, you would recognize that there is no pointed edge at this blade. It is flat.
An executioner's sword.
It's a cleaver.
It is an executioner's sword. Sir
Yes.
Selwyn moves. One more time.
I was like, that blade is just meant to go up and then down.
Correct.
Yep.
Sir Selwyn moves very gently removing their hand from Carlisle, and you would watch as he reaches to the side, one of the other knights producing a scroll for him, and he would begin to unfurl it. Carlisle Delwyn, for the crimes of murder against your fellow man and service to chaos, I, Sir Selwyn, on behalf of the High King and the House of Amron, do sentence you to die by way of sword. May the Platinum Father and his children offer you counsel and wisdom, so you may find redemption in another life, for you will find none here. Lady Julianne, your blade. You would watch the headsman move, shifting to stand beside Carlisle. This massive, gleaming executioner's blade raised high. There is no hesitation, no pomp and circumstance. The moment the blade is at its zenith above her head, it comes down. Oliver. It's as if time itself slows for you. For in an instant, as you blink, where Carlisle had never been looking at you, as the blade begins to lower, his eyes are settled on you entirely, locked. You would hear very quietly, "Goodbye, Oliver," before the sickening sweep of the blade removes his head from his shoulders.
I think at that, Isolde yelps and grabs onto her brother's arm, kind of putting her face into his shoulder for a moment.
She would have felt Logan flinch when the sword thuds onto the slab. And when he feels her weight, he'll bring up an arm and drape it around her head to shield her from Carlisle rolling sever.
And she does not care to look.
The headsmen would raise their blade once more, and they would overturn it to the other knights in waiting. You would watch as they begin to take this very soft cloth and sort of run it down the length of the blade, wiping free any of the blood that had been built up. You would see two more of the knights stepping aside to gather the head of Carlisle, treating it very tenderly, with this care to it. Despite being a dark friend, Carlisle Delwyn was still a human, a man of Tyros. And they treat his body with respect. They would begin to gather his head, and he would be placed upon a sort of waiting mat, as it were, before another sort of cloth is very gently draped over him. Sir Selwyn would turn to look to the rest of those that have gathered. I thank you all for witnessing that. The presence of a dark friend in any town or city is a threat to every man and woman in Tyros. I understand that these are people that you know, you might have loved, but they are a very threat to order and bring about chaos wherever they go. Look after one another. Be mindful of your neighbors. You can be the one that prevents a dark friend. And I have our heroes, our band of wayfarers, to thank for subduing this dark friend before he caused any more problems for your town. He would gesture to the wayfarers up front. And a great deal of people nod in agreement. This sort of quiet cheering for the wayfarers who subdued a dark friend, captured them, and made that dark friend face the king's judgment. I bid you return now to your families, your loved ones, to your jobs. And may Bahamut and his children bless you on your path. A good majority of the people begin to turn, begin to make their way away, returning back to their jobs, to their lives, murmuring, talking to one another. Many sharing very similar reactions to Logan and Isolde, having never before seen a man so ceremoniously executed like this. But finding out that he's a dark friend, that sense of patriotism, nationalism begins to rise once more. The very threat to order, quelling any sort of sympathies. In some, not all. For the wayfarers, you would watch as the two arbiters, the headsmen, Lady Julienne, and the speaker, Sir Selwyn, sort of turning. You would see Lady Julienne sheathing her blade again, and the moment that the crossguard touches the edge of that sheath, both she and Sir Selwyn become enshrouded momentarily in this brilliant light. You would see the garb that they wear almost beginning to melt, transform, begin to take on a completely different shape as it evaporates into nothing. You would see the headsman, this mass of black hair, begin to spill out over her shoulders. And this almost guttural noise, this deep sigh, like somebody who had been holding their breath and had forgotten how to breathe for a moment, drawing in this breath. As they are no longer under the oath of the headsman, you would be revealed the two knights, or actually the lady and the knight, as I will show you Sir Selwyn without his garb.
Wow.
Daddy?
I'll move this over. And then Lady Julienne, the headsman.
Yo.
Go ahead.
Mommy.
And say it. Yeah, there it is.
That was the headsman? Oh my god.
I almost made a very inappropriate joke.
Was it regarding
Yeah?
head?
Was it?
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate.
Yeah.
Ode to be a woman.
She would turn, sort of bringing a hand up to sort of push back some of the hair from her face. She looks disoriented, is the best way to describe it.
I bet.
Sort of turning and glancing to her left and sort of taking in the shrine. And then turning to her right, seeing Sir Selwyn and then the wayfarers and the other members of the procession. It would then be Sir Selwyn who would speak up. We're in Duran's spear. We were summoned on behalf of a dark friend. We're in the Southlands of the Yetimor. It's there that this dawning look of recognition strikes her. She gives a nod. She would then turn to look to the other knights in waiting and turn to begin to speak to them. Sir Selwyn would look back to all of you, offering a warm smile now that you can see it on his sort of weathered and aged features.
I think at this point, Logan would have sort of withdrawn that arm from around Izzy and held her gaze in assurance, and then with that same look, sort of prompt her to look at this new unraveling of identities.
She had probably glanced back after the scene was cleared. And
So
it's
DM,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
There's just very a tentative look. There's probably a feel of magic in the air, but in this moment, he was not overly concerned with that.
I wanted to ask if Izzy or I recognize him now that he's helmetless.
You may both roll me history checks.
Okay.
Because when they realize that it's not Sir Selwyn that recognizes Geralt, it's the speaker.
Your memory's a little fuzzy on it, Logan. Though as he begins to approach and that smile persists, there's something that begins to click. And Isolde, once you see him and the smile that he has, you recognize him almost immediately. It takes Logan a moment, but you would both click on it. This individual has perhaps visited on several of your birthdays.
Oh.
This is a true friend of your father. He often doesn't stick around much, but he is there to celebrate many of your birthdays. And the moment that he can see that recognition in your face, the smile grows.
Yeah, she's just like her face and her emotions are just very raw at the moment. Initially when she looked over, like Logan could tell she was timid for probably the first time in years. But then she recognizes, and it's with a little gasp and a little perking up that wait a minute. I know you. We know him, Logan.
Even as she says that, Logan's reaction is far delayed. And it's strange how he looks at him and then very discerningly looks at Izzy as he sort of captures this very old and fussy fugitive memory of her smaller being held up in hands in his arms. And that's when he remembers. And he gives a very recognizing nod of the head.
My, how you both have grown. Sorry about that earlier. While being speaker, I am oathbound. But I can't tell you how proud I am that it's you two who took down a dark friend.
The
We-
point of clarification here. Would Selwyn be a common name, or do we know him by another?
I need to roll for your pa real quick.
Sure.
How close were they?
Is our dad a liar?
How close were they? Holy shit.
Homies, drinking buddies,
Homies.
okay.
We were lovers.
Oh, God.
No, I already have a little bit of an explanation as to why, but to the depth, uncle is a good way to call it.
Oh, uncle, all right.
Probably the same level of reverence from Gerald that you would expect from Aaron, Ryland's dad.
Oh. Okay.
Oh shit, that's another uncle, yeah.
We got uncles.
You guys have just a fucking like Rolodex worth of uncles.
It's what happens when your dad's an extrovert is the issue. Is
Yeah,
he
he's
knows
got a bunch of
everybody.
friends.
Dude, Having a dad who's like that, yeah.
You have godfathers and godmothers
Exactly.
everywhere.
Well, given this newfound understanding, I think Logan would hug him.
I think there are hugs to be had.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-person hug here occurring.
He would be incredibly receptive, hugging both of you. You are much bigger than him. This gentleman's basically
Now we are.
Yeah, this gentleman's like just on the cusp of like 6 foot. So as you both hug him, he sort of has to strain both
He
arms.
disappears.
Half giant sandwich.
How you've grown.
I kept telling your pa that I'd come down during one of the festivals, but it didn't work.
I'm sure he's hard at work preparing for the next one. Very soon.
I know he is. Why? God, wayfarers the both of you. And bleeding good ones.
I'm only here because of her.
I elbow Logan.
He sort of turns in this like almost wheeling dawn on him as he sort of gestures with open palms. You're a graduate of the Collegium, no less. I meant to send a gift.
Oh goodness, they're probably getting sent to the dorms right now. Hopefully it was just food. They'll love it there.
He doesn't comment. There's a look where he's like, fuck.
But yes, I graduated from the Collegium last year. I've been home since then, and then a couple of weeks ago we were made wayfarers.
Only a couple of weeks.
Well, right. Ryland's dad is in the capital. So there is no road warden. And we wouldn't let him go alone. And then, the whole Alvain clan came home and Dad had to kick us out. So now we're here.
His lips purse together, but they begin to pull into a grin, hearing this explanation as his attention wheels towards Rylan. A nod, a very that's exactly what I'd expect of Aaron's boy on his face.
Oh yes, Ryland's stepping into the junior road warden position rather eagerly.
Sort of like you when the armor comes on. You just one day just became a road warden too. In all but title, of course.
Been doing a good job, from what I heard.
It's good of you to say so. We've been doing our best.
I can assure you, son, your father will tell you the same exact thing.
I suppose now that we're not in his official capacity, you don't have any news about that situation.
I'm afraid not. We didn't stop by the county. We sent word to the Dracus of our arrival, but beyond that, Arbiters go where they go.
Understood.
Last I heard, he was doing well.
Well, it turns out that the news of the road wardens not being around has spread very far indeed.
Aye. Were you the only place, but other places are misplacing their road wardens. Other places succumb to chaos. But with wayfarers like you lot, I'm doubtful that'll be a problem for long.
Uncle, if I knew catching a dark friend would bring you around, I would have done it far sooner.
Well, I aim to be a better uncle and stop being such a stranger.
Is this why you always disappeared? And Dad would never tell us why?
There's a very sort of sad nod.
No, that's just the only way to leave without Guinevere catching you.
Without being added to the horde.
There's just a troop of old retired knights sneaking out in the middle of the night so that the dragon doesn't grab them.
If all goes well, I do plan on guiding Lady Julianne back to the county, or at least to Elion proper, so that way she can get herself reoriented. But after that, no more business, at least for a little while, and I haven't been summoned anywhere. Maybe stop by for
So-
Falls Reaping.
False Reap? Yes! That's right. We'll definitely make it, right? Logan looks to the party.
So, we have a monster to slay, a fishing derby to participate in.
He sort of blinks several times. Other than the dark, how long you plan on staying?
Isolde levels a stare at Logan.
Well, glad you ask. They also have a celebration here. And they have something of a problem in the water called the galleon. It's this giant crab. We're gonna kill it.
Tell us. You lot?
I seem to have volunteered ourselves for the duty.
And we've made preparations.
Oh, wait a minute, what? Grayson peeks around Logan.
Logan sort of veers a bit to like swing his shadow off of Grayson. Oh right, shit. It's a lot. Let's finish here so we can explain to you.
It would be now, basically, that you would hear the sort of rattle of armor as another individual is approaching, and it would be Lady Julianne.
Oh, yeah, you should probably get back to her.
She would approach, very gently placing a hand on Sir Selwyn's shoulder, of which he would turn and offer a very formal bow. My lady, these are the wayfarers that were responsible for catching Carlisle and putting an end to the deeds that he had planned. She looks to all of you. On behalf of the High King, thank you.
There's a perhaps more nervous curtsy at her presence.
I'd say Uncle's presence would definitely inspire Logan to be far looser, and he will bow with ease.
She would... Oh, go on.
During this whole time, Oliver's been kind of out of it, sort of just staring at where Carlisle was executed. I think at this point, the rattle of armor and the announcement would sort of snap him finally back into present company.
Yeah, Grayson would nudge him. You okay?
Yeah. He kind of wipes some sweat from his brow. That man was just unsettling, but Well, he's gone now.
Lady Julianne would turn to look at Sir Selwyn. Have they been rewarded? He would nod once more. Yes, my lady. She smiles, turning back to the party. I hope the coin serves you well.
Keep us going, at the very least.
I have great admiration for wayfarers. I look forward to hearing more of your successes in the future.
I would say that I look forward to see you again, my lady, but such occasions I'd rather have sparingly.
There's an understanding nod.
Hopefully we meet again outside of your duties.
At that, she pauses, her lips pursing together in thought. Perhaps. Should you frequent the county, the seat of the county, mayhaps we meet there. Under better circumstances.
Oliver smiles, and sort of gives a quick nod.
All the same, may Bahamut and his children guide you on your journeys. She would begin to turn and make her way away. And as she does, Sir Selwyn bows again.
Logan followed. He also bows.
All the bowing in return.
Looks around, sees everyone else bowing.
Don't be a stranger.
Sir Selwyn, rising up, once she is adequately far enough away, look back to the rest of you. We need to prepare, and we need to ensure that the remains are taken care of. I should be in town for another day. If you have anything you need, come and find us.
I was going to ask you the same. Can we help you somehow?
Not in this matter. This matter belongs to the Arbiters.
Very well. Well, if we don't get to speak again until then, I hope to see you back at home, Uncle.
And I hope your battle against this giant crab will be told when you come back to the festival.
Oh, it will be. I'll make sure of it.
There's another wide grin, very reminiscent of your father, as he would pull you both into a hug again. Sort of patting
Hey.
your backs.
Wonder Twins activate. We lift this guy up a little bit.
The armor
In
rattles.
unison.
And Sir Selwyn, or Uncle Selwyn, would bid you all farewell as he and the rest of the procession of knights begin the rather ceremonial process of dealing with the remains of the executed.
Grayson waves. We call it the goth girl wave.
And then she whips out a cigarette.
I'm here too.
They're taking up smoking.
Ew.
Yes, sir.
What? I said ew, not.
Ah, there's a
Yeah.
DM.
No, I said ew.
Oh, wow.
Smoking. There's. Go look at me.
Okay, party. The rest of the day is yours. You have witnessed the ceremonious end of Carlisle Delwyn, the Chaos Mage, and Darkfriend. You are reunited with a uncle, as well as meeting the Arbiters in service to the High King, the House of Amron. You are paid for your success against him, have been given a scroll of Revivify. May you never have to use it. The day is
Smile.
yours for 2 more days until the Dragonfish Tourney begins in earnest.
Well, I think a good use of the rest of our day would probably be to get some
party.
beverages and fill Grayson in on what's happened.
Also, I think it's been enough time that we can go get that poison from Mr. Bear. From Smokey.
It has not.
Oh, it
Yeah, like
hasn't?
one more day. One more day
Correct.
before the festival. Yep.
Very good, very good.
Okay, party. Returning to the izakaya, I assume, to have your drinks, unless you're taking her to the manor.
I think Logan would want to take her to the manor. Instead. Less exposed.
Understood.
We'll have to just make sure Barash and his staff know that we have an extra guest.
Behold,
A cut.
Our resident goth.
We got one! See?
Our party completed.
Okay. While the party is absconding with Grayson back to the manor, Bari,
Yeah.
you, perhaps wherever you may have been, would have eventually found yourself in the Wisdom's home, where you would be overhearing a discussion between a sort of gravel-voiced individual with the Wisdom here, discussing matters and going-ons in Elion. A very cordial conversation between the two of them.
Imagine just like from the proceedings to the Wisdom House, and it just goes, and she appears inside. The house. Like, how did I get here?
Looks around, bleary-eyed. Whoa.
There's a little like director's clapper. That's apps.
And action.
Wah 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 wah.
I listen.
All right. As you listen, you would hear the sort of more gray-haired man as he's speaking to the Wisdom, eventually bringing up Dragon Tallow. This conversation happening back and forth, and the reason being explained as a manticore threat on the road, and ensuring that the wayfarers here in town basically have something to be able to hunt this beast with, and hopefully so they can make the road back to Elion safer. And when the question of a festival is brought up, you would hear him say, "Why, still happening. I hope to make it back just in time." After that, their transaction concludes. You would watch as the man places a very hefty satchel onto the counter, No bartering, nothing like that. And he would draw over the items that had been procured, a number of vials and sort of sealed jars, placing them into his bag, and then saying farewell and begin to make his way out of this place.
Interesting.
What could that be about?
Yeah, what the hell? I think Barry would approach the wisdom.
She offers a smile to you as you approach. It's good to see you again, Barry. You here for
Why?
She sort of gives you a quizzical look, sort of attempting to deduce what you might need.
Couldn't help it over here. Something about dragon?
Oh, dragon tallow.
Barry, who had selectively chose to ignore the last word, kind of deflates a bit.
That gentleman there, he needed it for a potion he's making.
What on earth would he need that for?
I think he said a manticore.
Oh, nasty business.
She nods earnestly. Said he's trying to keep the road safe.
Who was he?
Oh, that gentleman's Reynold. He's part of the northern township, Eliand.
I suppose not having any road hoarding will make anybody have to protect the road, huh? Good luck to him. I've only heard stories about it all. I'm more focused on other things with wings. She winks.
There's a nod and a small laugh. You know, it's only a rumor, really. They say that a dragon lives in Elion.
Dragon? Lives there? She just like pulls up a stool.
It's only really rumors. I've lived most of my life here, and I've only been to Elion's tier a couple times. But say a big old silver one lives in the center of it all. I've never seen it, but
I wonder if he'd want some company back to this Elion.
Road is empty. Nothing better than a servant of Bahamut walking alongside you.
Did he see you when I was leaving?
I believe now.
Oh, fuck! She like scoots away from the table. Thank you! Thank you!
There's that farewell wave as the stool rattles in place.
Ding, 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 ding.
Rushing out, you would see him already further down the road. Not one to walk idly. You would see him walking with purpose.
Masterino!
he sort of stops for a moment, sort of glancing left and then right, and then
They got me.
glancing over his shoulder towards you.
This hunkering orc just barreling down.
He sort of furrows his brows, sort of shifting on his heels for a moment. He'd half turn, still sort of keeping his intent to walk forward known. I'm afraid I don't know you. How can I help?
Pardon me. You're a fast walker.
He doesn't. There's this like half concerned expression that he holds, sort of seeing you heaving for breath, sort of almost outstretching a hand to like keep you from falling over.
As a deputy of the tier, or spear, I have business to go to the tier, and more recently I'll be joining you if you'll have me. The road is dangerous. I want to see the dragon.
There's this
Is
there's this look on his face the entire time you're trying to like come up with an excuse. This like incredulous look, like yeah, okay, whatever. But the moment you're like, I want to see the dragon, there's this small nod of understanding. All
Her
right.
many Bahamut signets around her body and such.
Okay. Yeah, you can travel with me along the road.
My name's Barry.
Reynold. He would turn.
Gets up.
Are you sitting all right now?
You have anything else you need to get?
My sister'd be right pissed if I didn't say goodbye.
He glances up towards the sky for a moment.
By Bahamut's wings, I'll be fast.
I'll give you an hour. Get all your farewells and goodbyes.
She starts to like back away. That like hop skip kind of back away like the
Mhm.
Then she just takes off running.
All right.
Go to her house to gather her things and say goodbye to her sister.
Adrian would look shocked at the sudden departure until you mention the dragon. And then there is
Through the
a
door.
look of understanding on her
There's a
face.
dragon there. If it's true, I'll send word. Could give us an insight to where the worms are.
She sort of like, there's almost this dawning realization for the last several years. It's just sort of been dead ends. But now there's almost this this revitalized spirit. This very earnest nod.
Oh no. All this time we've been searching in the southern mountains. What's right in our nose?
Oh, I can't leave just yet. I still have jobs to do here, but do send word.
Oh well. She dusts off this seemingly ready to go bag that has been sitting there and maybe moved a couple times as if there might have been a lead to what they've been searching for, but ultimately has probably been packed for about 1.5 years straight.
Yeah, your sister begins like sort of taking like an excess pack and beginning to pack rations and food. Sort of stowing away a bottle of sake.
Thank you.
And then sort of holding it out, mostly as a lure, because the moment you go to reach for it, you're pulled into a hug.
Oh god.
It's this very tight, squeezing embrace
It's
as
a
she holds
storm
you.
song hug.
That's right.
Muscles popping.
You hear the
Okay.
audible pop of your back down every like every little point on your spine before she'd
Oh?
finally relent.
Oh, I'm in danger.
Yeah, this is when you realize she's been gentle with you, Ollie.
Uh-oh. Yeah, don't say. Oh,
You get the
please.
kid gloves.
Guide me through the beach.
She pats her sister's shoulder with this almost like tepid smile, and she takes off out the door to search for her friends that she made in hopes she can catch them before Reynold ultimately leaves her.
I would say it would be on the path back, where sort of along the manor you would catch the cluster of the friends that you had made along the way, making their way up the road, with one other individual with them, a sort of darker complexioned figure.
Hey! She calls out to them.
Isolde turns. Waves over to Bari.
Oh.
Doof, doof, doof. As her bare feet just hit the ground as she runs up to you guys. With a rather large tote, a half cloak to one side, very seemingly for travel.
Oh, sorry. Did something happen?
A great thing, but a great sadness follow. I can't fight this sea beast with you.
Oh. That's unfortunate to hear.
Well, why?
She leans in. I've gotten word that there be a dragon north.
What?
Me and my sister been searching for any kind of lead for so long. Anything. Point us to a direction of their kin. That's the whole reason we came here.
Oliver's lips purse as she explains her life's pursuit.
Why do you seek Dragonkin?
She looks to the sky. To reach the sky. Us dragon more, cause our ancestry behest us to go. We fly the skies with them in tandem. It's the greatest honor to get one, to meet one, to bond one. I can't ignore this opportunity. I didn't even know there was a dragon. She
Go ahead.
and she tosses her head backward.
Where?
North.
Right.
An Ilion.
Oh. Fuck.
I'm heading out here soon. Roughly half an hour's time.
Hey.
Some man. We're gonna travel the road, and I'm gonna meet the dragon.
Some man. Why not come with us instead of a stranger?
Are you leaving for there?
Not for some days.
I can't pass up this chance.
How can you be so sure?
The wisdom's never led me astray before.
Oh.
And this Reynold confirmed it when I spoke with him. Grayson goes. She sinks back under her cloak.
That fucker gave up his mom.
Yeah, I imagine Isolde and then Logan just try not to have matching sour looks.
That fucker.
Sold her soul for a courtship.
Yup.
And you seek to bond this alleged dragon?
No, Lord, no. Bahamut? She crosses like her, her Bahamut sigil.
Oh,
A
up, down, left,
wyvern.
right.
Oh,
See Oliver's entire face scrunched up, trying not to laugh.
A wyvern. We're wyvern riders. And I'm a late bloomer. But I know most of me sisters and brothers back home have already bonded. I can't wait any longer. This
Well-
dragon could be the answer.
Bari, if your heart is true, I'm sure this dragon will come to you. Good luck.
Her big tusk toothy grin just widens. It's like almost like anime sparkles go off in her eyes.
Say hello to Guinevere for us.
Huh?
Logan gives Oliver a look.
Sure. I don't even know who that is, but I'll let him know.
You'll meet her. She's... If you go to Elion, you'll meet her.
She crosses like her heart with this big like fisted like slam to her chest. Hopefully we'll meet again. And next time we do, I'll be flying above you.
That sounds great.
best of luck, Bari.
Goodbye, friends. She starts like running the other way.
Goodbye.
When she runs away, Oliver looks to the rest. Should we tell her?
No.
Next time you see me, oh, I'll be a flying star song. She just takes off.
I feel like she should know.
No.
Just run.
Maybe
You
it
probably
falls
should have told her.
I agree. I feel kind of bad, actually.
Why would you?
It's like, I mean,
She's
else
gonna
is she
find
going to go
out that
see?
you guys knew her.
What did Grayson say?
She's gonna find out that you guys knew her.
Good.
Well, Mama
She'll
at
know-
least thinks it's funny.
She'll know we didn't spoil her.
what? You've been
Jeez.
hanging out with her this whole time, and she's been looking for your mother.
This is more than just wanting to meet a person. This is her life. It's fulfillment that she should find by her own volition.
I agree, actually.
Huh?
I said I agree with him.
Oh. Well. Alright, I mean, it's not my mother.
Imagine having your biggest dream told to you or showed you by someone else. Finding
right.
it's probably more fulfilling.
All of this dream she has reduced to, oh yeah, my mother's a dragon. I think that's the one you're talking about. No.
Oliver, in his 8 wisdom, kind of scratches the side of his head. He doesn't seem to get the problem with just exchanging the information.
Seeing this conundrum on Oliver, Logan will reach across and pat him on the head. All in good time, Oliver.
Roleplay amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
If she's bad, she better beat you up first.
What?
The vision of Bari disappear.
Just a
Well-
dirt trail, into the distance.
At least Reynold would have company.
Oh, I'm sure he appreciates that.
Oliver, not catching the sarcasm, smiles up at Isolde.
Oh, she's going to talk the whole trip. Gonna drive him nuts.
Dragon.
Live Reynold reaction. He just wants to die. Like that dried out alien.
Like he doesn't have enough gray on his head.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Well, right. We have to tell Grayson, right? Everything?
Everything.
It's a lot.
As much as I can remember.
Well, if someone can, it's you, Oliver.
Blinks.
Probably would be best to just call me Gray or something else while we're here.
Blue.
Okay, let's maybe a different color. Sure.
Oliver gives her a thumbs up.
She smacks her hand on her face.
What?
Pardon.
And I think we just go into Jorat Manor and
That's right. As you
yeah.
all ascend the steps, beginning to make your way back to the Durant Manor, your companion Bari leads, following alongside the retired Slayer Reynold on their way back to Elion's Tier. You have lost a companion, but have also gained one in the form of Grayson Alvear, joining you once more here in Durant's Spear.
Bari left us, and we're lesser for it.
It's
Okay.
loosened now.
The fuck am I to you?
Discount Barry.
You
Here's
have
the
a
God.
new companion now to join you in your fight against the Galleon, which we will do next session.
Not that Grayson knows that yet.
By the way, you've been drafted.
Grayson, we're fighting a mega shrimp in case you didn't know.
Yes.
Crazy that you showed up just now. Like,
Sick. Here's some poison, put it on your weapon. We're gonna go fight the lightning shrimp.
yeah, we need you to take this knife and stab the gargantuan lobster out at sea.
Oh, great.
You're ready for that, right? Loosen.
Thank you guys so much for playing. I believe we will be down a player next week, so we will have a discussion of what happens.
Oh.
Okay. Who died?
Someone died.
I know that weren't me.
We will be having a discussion over the week over what to do, as we will be down a player if we either push on or call our break early. But, all the same, thank you guys so much for playing.
Absolutely. I love this session. Pretty good.
It's good stuff.
Emotional roller coaster this time round.
I
Yeah.
watched a man die.
Yeah, I don't like it.
He dead. He ain't coming back. Anyway, my next character is an ill-rigger called Carlisle.
Yeah.
A revenant called Carl.
Yeah.
He's
You
a
won't
fucking
believe it.
asshole.
He wears a
You won't
ribbon
believe his
around his
backstory.
neck.
You guys won't believe this, but my new character already knows you guys.
Whoa.
His goal is Oliver.
We've got fan art.
Oh
Ooh.
my god.
I love fans
Oh.
and art.
Oh my god, me too.
Let me move this
God.
over. this, and then this. Make sure it goes through. Perfect. We've got Oliver attempting to convince the party that he's tall.
I'm 5'8".
This is bullshit.
Oh, it's not including ear height.
We all know the ears don't count.
That is such a pronounced frowny face, by the way.
That was the best frowny face, just like, fuck you.
Perhaps, once again,
I hate tears.
Soup spoiling me rotten by drawing NPCs. We've got Marshall and Kane.
Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that little smile.
I love his buck teeth.
I can't wait.
He's not
for
a
them
nice
to
guy.
absolutely.
Look at him. He looks so
wipe
friendly.
the floor with us.
He's not. He's not
looks
a
so
nice
friendly.
guy.
What do you
Captured
mean?
their energies perfectly. It's mwah. My compliments to the chef.
Why do you leave these nice men?
We are
They're not
going
nice.
to Tahiti.
Although Ken did lend me his fingernail polish, so I guess he's kind of nice, but he doesn't talk much.
Guys, he isn't alive, but
He's the reason I'm a god.
Oh,
How many days
okay.
you reckon? As all as fucking Logan looms.
Ready to
Also-
begin dialogue, slamming E's until he comes out of this fucking sound.
Also captured the mustache movement perfectly, I might add.
Perfect.
He does the 1-2. He drags a finger underneath it first, and then he follows through with 2 more fingers. Perfect. 10 out of 10.
wow, just like another guy now.
We've got Suffering Gob drawing some gobos.
I love goblins.
Here's the innocent and helpless shaman or goblin shaman that was murdered.
and I
What do you
said
mean, helpless.
10 out of 10. We'll toss corpse into the third rail again.
My goodness.
Wait, if she looked like that, we wouldn't have killed her. What are you talking about?
Yeah, man.
You did.
No. She would have been saved. She would have been saved.
Mhm.
She could be redeemed. She'd be part of the party right now.
Oh yeah, she'd be adopted. Yeah, you're part of the party. You've killed my whole family.
We've got the twins.
Tweens.
Oh my god.
Also drawn by Suffering Gob.
Hey.
Damn.
You guys are great.
Look at those legs, man. Jesus.
I was gonna say, crack a fucking watermelon.
Damn,
Christ.
it's got that like 80s.
God, I was looking at your fucking faces.
Damn. It's got that like 80s cartoon vibe where it's just legs but colored. Like in like skin tight pantaloons.
Yep.
I mean, I was looking
That's
at
hot.
the arms, TBA.
Look, we all have our preferences, alright?
We've got
Yeah.
Jesus.
some Ollie art. Showing off that fangled mark on his face.
We dripping. Straight out of Macy's.
His eyes are so deep set.
Straight out of Macy's.
So they're closer to his brain. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like his eyes have seen such searing, horrible content that the space of his sockets has just been burning away.
Oh my god.
We've got a
Woo!
Damn.
we've got Gob attempting to draw Logan a little bit stockier.
Fear.
I love that art.
Me when I max out chest and man.
Wow.
Dude, I choked up when I
Wow.
saw it. Yeah.
Welcoming back your most recent party member is Grayson.
Holy crap.
Wow.
Damn.
With the fucking
Oh.
vampire cloak on.
Yes, damn.
Oh, yes.
Why'd you steal that from Arana like that? What the heck?
Stand
Jesus.
here somewhere like,
Just
Oh, this.
the only thing that survived from CTF, the cape.
Logan attempting to understand.
Ooh.
Understand what?
I
Oh, yeah.
love how squared he looks.
I'm a goth, honey.
Oh
That's
god. Frickin' Grayson and Isolde changing makeup looks.
Guys, did you know that Kane isn't alive? And I really look up to that.
Ooh.
He was
We were
my only
besties.
friend until he stopped
Yeah.
talking.
So he's like evil, right? And she's like, no, we were besties.
We were, and then he just stopped talking one day, and
Oh,
it was
damn.
really weird.
We've got Logan
They made
with
each other's
some
nails.
Mordekaiser inspiration.
Morha.
So sick. Why is he
Launching his buddy.
Oh god.
Oh my goodness.
We've got
Ooh.
eye melted over during transformation, so your left eye is melted over.
Ew.
Hands covered in obsidian shards. Rip Ryland's face. That's a follow-up picture.
Oh my god, that looks so sick.
Stealing Mordekaiser's drip because of the voice line. No shoulder pads here because they ruined the pose. And a lantern flail to bludgeon and burn.
DM, take inspiration. DM.
This piece, by the way, is drawn by Sable, whom I will be bestowing upon you, Sable, the crowned artist tag.
Oh my god.
And here is Rip Ryland's face.
Oh,
Why is Logan always beating up Rylan, by the way? Like,
Those your homies.
they're literally like brothers, basically.
it's just a friendly sparring match. Like,
Yeah.
let's
Cool.
spar.
We've got
This
Soup,
looks so cool.
Soup
Cool.
attempting to give some words of wisdom to Ollie. You're just a bull.
I love the glasses and the plane, the background.
I like the.
They've got
I
a
like
little
the.
whelk in their mouth.
Well.
the sassy hand to the hip. Oh my god.
Yep, into the wood chipper, and out comes a new character, fresh, and ready for trauma.
You're just a bull. We've got Gren,
Uh-oh.
who
I see you, Gurgrin.
admits that they feel a very different way when talking about spellcasters when Isolde is present.
I see.
Hey, ow!
Oh, that's a spellcaster?
As a spellcaster.
Yeah, that gives you
Yeah.
like +5 mana and stuff. You don't play
Jeez.
video games?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oh, you're right. Yeah, man.
She
It's just-
certainly cast a spell on Gren.
Guys, it's my best in slot.
That's like 100% crit rate, you know,
Yup.
50% cold
Mhm.
damage increase. Like
Yeah,
all
you
that
put it
shit.
on a guy, and it looks completely different. It's like
It's a
fully.
robe.
Yeah, it's just a wizard robe.
The follow-up piece.
14 spellcaster. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
You're very small.
Woman.
And Windman.
It's sold D's.
And then Sable, just recently, the last piece of fan art, a little bit of some more League of Legends inspiration, I believe. Lysandra inspired Isolde? I don't believe I know
Oh.
who Lysandra is.
That is very fitting. She's the Ice Witch.
Ah,
She is
Yeah.
very fucking cool, by the way.
Oh.
She wears armor that's inspired after what Iron Maiden coffins. She
Oh.
looks like she's encased in like this Iron Maiden like segmented plate, and it's made out of like this thing called black
She also
ice.
doesn't walk.
She does
Ice
not walk.
moves her
Yeah.
across the ground. It's
God, I
fucking
wish
amazing.
League of Legends was fun to play. That sounds so cool.
Dude, she
I've sent
like
you her art like 4 times.
she swims in directions over like lapping waves of stalactite. So fucking cool.
She also has a mask, but you can see her like her half face.
Oh,
Yeah,
She's very hot. She's very hot. Yeah. Yep.
the combo.
superb. that's it for fan art. Thank you, every single one of
What?
you fan artists. The pieces were amazing, exceptional. Thank you. We do have some questions. I have a question. It was mentioned that the ship that took Grayson was about the spear for 7 years. Wasn't Grayson missing during that time as well? Did I mention their ship any?
Yeah, you said that they were going back to their ship to talk.
Well, the Turneroth Guild has been around for a while, if what Denos said is true. So, perhaps. Smile.
Write that down.
Was the death of Carlisle something Oliver wanted?
Death is a harsh term. I think Oliver just wanted him to go away.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. So he's gone now. So I mean, kind of.
Okay.
Also, look, it's very confusing for him. Okay.
Just for me, curiosity, was Taste there for Carlisle's execution? Yes, he was. What would have been his reaction? He was.
Neat.
He holds this sort of like, not grudge, but he definitely has that same idea of like fuck dark friends. So there'd have been this curiosity sort of to see if he had like any final moments or like would have screamed or anything like that or any sort of show. But when none of that happened, just a very ceremonious end for a dark friend. Tace sort of was probably one of the first to leave. Probably didn't hear what Sir Selwyn said in his final moments. How common is it for a headsman to appear? Not very common. At least, like, a person can go their whole life without ever meeting a headsman type deal. I imagine for wayfarers, especially our wayfarers, who are keen on capturing dark friends and sort of turning them in, they'll probably have a run-in with many a headsman. To the residents of Elions, how common a knowledge is Guinevere being a dragon? I wouldn't say everybody knows, but probably a decent amount of people know, because the way that she spoke is very true from how it was in CTF. She is a daughter of Bahamut.
Look, the way I see it is most everyone knows. Because when I had a conversation with her, Azuria, she's like, "Why would I hide it?"
Exactly.
So I'm assuming that has not changed.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing when she's like, I'm a daughter of Bahamut. I have nothing to hide."
I feel like it's one of those, like, I'm not going to introduce myself as a, hi, my name's Guinevere, I'm a dragon.
Correct.
But like, if asked about it, you know.
like, she's not going to deny it, but she's also not advertising.
She wants you to notice and bring it up.
That's Silver's for you, baby.
She just-
Are wyverns as sapient as dragons? Some might be. I attribute wyverns more akin to proto-drakes from World of Warcraft.
Bale!
Vile Bale! So dragons are like high intelligence. They can speak. They know multiple languages. They can cast spells. Wyverns are perhaps more feral. They can be tamed, subdued, things like that. They probably congregate around dragons because dragons have that like sort of presence or that aura. There are probably wyverns who are sapient, sentient creatures, basically like the apex of their species.
And I'm gonna ride one, baby.
Points. I'm gonna ride your mom, and then leaves.
No.
That is
What?
not what you said.
not silver wyverns. Wyverns don't really abide by. Actually, I can't make any comment about that. I was recently.
With a hail of harpoons.
I was recently coming up with some dragon lore, and I realized I might have just contradicted myself there. So I'm not going to say anything. In fact,
Okay.
Strike it from the record.
find out.
I'll remember.
I say as I fucking.
Find out in character, dog. Find out in RP.
Sounds more like.
But yeah,
fuck
I
around
can't
and
wait
find out.
for I can't wait for Bari's reaction when it's like we come back to Elion's and she's like, "You."
You're part dragon.
Bastards!
Is old with literal scales on her face.
So they fucking
I
hits her
didn't
with
know
the
that was
gritty.
your magic, dog. I look like a shark, but I'm not a shark. I didn't want to assume.
She admits it.
Shark admission.
What do you
promised me
mean you're
more
part
than
dragon? Isolde hitting the gritty.
We can talk about Morling lore. What do you want to? What are you on about?
Oh
I
my
need
god,
to-
we've been
I need to
promised
work on
Morling War
Morling.
for weeks now, man. All he does is play Stallcraft now. Stallcraft streamer.
I'm pretty sure my last stream was Dark and Darker.
Hell yeah, let's play Dark and Darker.
Oh, but I'm so hungry. I need to make food.
I have a
That's
sandwich,
okay, I
then
have to
play
watch-
Dark and Darker.
While you're making food, we should watch the first episode of Arcane so you can watch the second one with us.
Others.
One more time?
While you're upstairs making food, we should watch the first episode of Arcane. So you can watch the second one tonight.
When?
What? Tonight!
Are you
Yeah,
gonna
what
eat
time?
today?
8:30.
8:30.
I see.
Arcane is wicked. I forgot how hardcore the beginning of that show is.
Yeah, we can do that. Whoa, actually,
First
I
5
should
minutes.
ask. I should ask. Adam, are you cooking tonight?
Oh.
Ooh, I cooked last night, so
You're on your own.
Understood.
definitely tomorrow.
So be it, so be it.
I'll probably make some food.
You have like 30 minutes to make food. So
Go, go, go!
Okay.
then we'll watch the first episode and then watch the second one with everybody else.
All right.
The boys.
Then why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Goodbye, chat. Thanks for
chat.
watching.
Goodbye, Chad and artists. Thank you so much for every piece. They've been lovely, without exception.
All right.
So long, chatters.
I shall return.
Okay.
Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. Have you put the bagman on a dice encounter roll yet? I have not. The party does not have any bags of holding. So, no bagman. But maybe in the future. But yes, that is it for me tonight. The next time you will see me will be tomorrow on Monday, where I reprise my role as Marius Septim, the Artificer Armorer, over in the world of Io, ran by Mr. Brett Ultimus. So yes, we are going to continue our streams as we have been. I'm going to probably be working on some maps, continue working on the outdoor maps next time I stream, and keep map making and working on some lore together. I have some quirky ideas in my head about dragons and morlings, so we're gonna get all that spicy shit in there. So yeah, I recommend joining the Discord. Come hang out with all the cool people that you saw tonight, as well as seeing all the beautiful fan art drawn by all of our lovely fan artists. My God, you fucking spoil us. Sweet Jesus, thank you guys so much. Does that include kobolds? Maybe. Smile. Maybe, just maybe. Kobolds, wyverns, wyrms, all that fun stuff. We'll go over all of that when I start cooking up some dragon lore. But yeah. Correct. Yes, sir. If you would like to get your hands on any beautifully made maps that you saw, which I know is just Durant Spears, but you can't find it over on the Patreon. If you'd like to get your hands on it, as well as its older version, its previous version before its recent update, you can get that for the $10 tier. That's it for me tonight. For all of my plugs, I hope you guys have a fantastic night. Take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you guys later. Goodbye, chat.